That seems to me can't get enough. Come leave it up. Savage get better when I turn it up. Come give it to me right. Then fall in love. You're super girl, boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough. Colgado tiempo atrás.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs They give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Oza! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, folks, now to the R6 Operation League. We are at the Singapore Qualifiers, and it is Season 4 of this whole shebang. Of course, to get the day going, it is going to be me, Black and Blue, of course, with the awesome caster, amazing man himself, Lan, with me here. How you doing, my man?
Oh, dude, you undersell yourself, honestly. Like, to cast with you, what a privilege. But hey, yes, we are back. I am very excited to be here. We are here for the Singaporean qualifiers today, and I'm excited to see everyone coming through and see what Singapore has in stall for us here.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to take a note out of what we saw during, the Malaysian qualifiers last weekend, then we're definitely going to assume that Singapore is definitely going to deliver as much as we did see Malaysia. We saw a lot of, kind of games that we didn't really expect to go the way they were, go that way. And it was really a, all-out battle when it came out into the final best of 5 rather, in the grand finals. But for today, we're going to have a bunch of teams going at it. Semifinals here, Pride of Lions versus Denova will be our first game.
And then after that, we've got Team Myschief versus Invictus Gaming. Invictus Gaming, of course, the dominating name here for the region, as we all know them as previously Giants, and also for that Arrow Wolf. So they've been the dominating team. They have been a very big name in the region. We can't wait to see how Team Myschief really take that on, knowing that pretty much most of their games are already broadcasted. They have all their strats available on the internet, but of course there's still that hurdle of actually performing any kind of theorization and strategy that you may have. But like we have here, we have the bans for the first match coming to this game, and Pride of Lions have already banned out what looks to be Oregon, and then also Cafe Dostoevsky.
Very true, but don't forget that for that second match, Team Myschief is a team we've seen here time and time again as well in the Operation League. They have lots of experience as well. Obviously, maybe not to the same extent that Invictus might be, but as you're talking about, the map picks that we do have here, series number 1 for the day. It seems like map number 1 will be Clubhouse, I guess, from Denova. Map number 2 will be Oregon from Pride of Lions. And if we ever get to the third and final decider, we will be playing on Chalet to end off, well, at least the day for whoever loses here.
Oh, sorry, that's Villa that got banned by Pride of Lions. Sorry, I read that completely wrong. I saw the tower and I was just like, wait a second. Sorry, I need to have more energy drinks. More caffeine.
It does look like it, to be very fair, like at the very least. But yeah, that's what we got going on here, guys.
Right. And then, of course, if none of those work out and we don't go to a 2-0 series, we will see Chalet at the decider, where a lot of teams are performing and actually choosing and opting to play. Jumping right into it, going straight into the games, Pole are now banning the last operator for the series. And it does look like we already have Thatcher, Sledge, and Mira getting taken out there. Sledge being a very interesting pick for this map.
Sledge out on Clubhouse. I'm trying to think of what's the biggest reasoning here that you might try and apply that on. Obviously, he will be a menace once you go down to the basement on the defensive side, and so he can really open up a lot of sidelines that could honestly make hell for anybody waiting inside Arsenal or inside the main hallway. And so that, I think,
there's
one of the big reasons.
There's only one real site he can be that useful on, and it's gonna be in kitchen hovering over the armory, right?
Yeah.
And there aren't too many sightlines. It's all limited, and to be honest, when you're in that space, a buck can still do the same job. It's really not a ban there where you're taking out so much utility from the enemy team, and you're making it so much harder for them, because honestly, Buck is technically more effective just because he has range on that soft destruction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the philosophy is there, but we're going to have to find out and see for ourselves as we move in now to round number 1. Obviously, with that Sledge being banned, he will not be put into play. They do have the Ash here instead for a lot of that soft destruction. I'm not sure if he brought breaching charges on Rage, but they know if we're going to make and find some way to work around that. They got lots of hard breaches here, Lan. Look at that. They got the Thermite, Maverick, they got the Iban as well.
They're pulling all the stops here. They're going to go all out for this first game. And of course, we know a lot of these names here. Corin being one of those bigger names that has been in this league for quite a long time. So it's good to see that he's still competing here over in Singapore. And actually, no, I take that back. He's the only name I know on this board. I don't know anyone else for these rosters. But we're not wasting time. We're getting straight into it. Looking at this defense side, of course, we've got the Maestro, we've got the Kaid, and then Castle being a very interesting pick to go for barricading the windows. Now, we don't see Castle come to this side quite often. It is a operator that has a lot of use and I suppose is generally quite handy, but not for this particular defense. And so a lot of pings coming out already. Everyone knows where we are, and they're moving quite fast into CCTV.
I don't know. I mean, I think if there's any site you kind of want to put a castle out, it is on Gym to kind of close those windows out, and in the wall as well, rather the door, to help hold that big wall. But look at the trades here. Goes 1 for 1 as Corin finds one, but a quick trade out from Nastizo, who was on the I think he was on the, where was he? Oh, he was on the Jaeger. Okay, apparently. So he fell all the way back after that pickoff. They do not have too much sightlines in the construction, but I don't think they're going to necessarily deal with it for the moment as Rage opens things up here. And you can see there, Nastizo, as he's taking on down, this is a very big find from Denova.
Yeah, struggling to take out the Attila Claw. But, I mean, in saying that, there's a lot of positive trades for both sides here. Losing Rage early like this is pretty big, just because he hasn't used his utility yet. Corin as well barely used the utility, and so eliminating a lot of this offensive deconstruction and I suppose control is going to be massive. A quick drop to prone does mean that Elite Guard does get to run out of there real quick. He will be just below the window if anyone decides to vault in. But this time around, the attackers are trying to reevaluate what they want to do as half their team has already collapsed.
What's funny, what's actually more interesting than anything is they don't really have much foothold sightlines between bedroom and gym itself, so that's something that you normally want to open up, especially if you have a castle here, which cuts down a lot of the angles you might have on the defending side. But Spider-Roy will find that frag here in Elite Guard, brings it down to a 2v3. Looking good so far for Denova. They had 4 or 5 seconds left on the clock, and there should be enough time for them to work with, but they're taking things a bit more cautiously. They're trying to wait and see what they got. The Maester of Camber, the Evil Eyes, will catch out Spider-Roy. They know fully he's in construction. They can now go for the plant, but they're going to push their way all the way here into the hallway after destroying the castle barricade down. But Sins has none the wiser, will get shot by Boy Sakit from behind.
Yeah, getting a little bit too aggressive on that push there has been a big problem for the attacking team. Especially when you had the numbers advantage and now you've essentially thrown it away. The plant is going to go down. Spider-Roy's got it pretty much locked in, but now all the defenders are starting to rotate. Will they get through? No, they won't. Highlight's going to take one out, and Highlight will take the second as well to close out round 1.
What a turnaround there from Highlight. Brings it down to 2v1, and he found the perfect timing on that. I was not expecting him to just hop into the window and suddenly aggress onto the rotation, but he found the perfect timing for that. A bit, a second too late, and probably Boy Sakit on the bandit would have caught him out in transition back into the window, and so very nicely done from Denova. You can really see that, these kind of games here we got at this Operation League, it comes down to these few milliseconds, half a second of a difference, which could swing things around. They did pull out the castle there, which to be fair was kind of a nuisance at least, and it really allowed them to hold on to that big wall, allowed the bandit to stay and remain there for the most part, and did get them quite a lot of value. But we're going to go back to the same site. It does not seem so. We're going over to the other second floor site this time around, then.
Yep, I mean, they're going to just rotate it over. They're not going to try to work that one out. A lot of teams obviously have different philosophies with this. Some teams will like to just keep working on that site until it gets old or they make it work. This time around, we do see like, hey, you know what? Maybe we don't have the mentality for this right now. We don't have the headspace, or we're not warmed up enough to take on that site. Perhaps CCTV and Cash is their stronger location and they can defend it a little bit better. We'll have to see how that rolls out for the team here on defense, the Pride of Lions. But will POL actually swallow their pride and actually work on it? Perhaps this is the option. Maybe this is what they're doing.
That could be the case. I mean, traditionally, this is a stronger site anyways, so I guess they want to kind of, play things back down on paper. This type of site is really helped by the fact that Garage is such a huge, strong anchor position, but if they can hold on to that power spot for most of the round, then they could be golden to try and even things up here. There are bandit batteries, both bandit batteries and those electro claws from Kaid to help a lot of the walls stay closed. But with them having Maverick, this big wall at the very least should be too much of a problem to get them into the CCTV itself.
Waiting right now for the right cue before they go in, and we're seeing a little bit more droning now. We saw some droning in the start, but we already know Quarren's in there with no hesitation. The Buck is wasting time. We'll be moving through. Has a little bit of droning going on. Doesn't exactly know where the enemy is right now, and he's like, I love how they're starting to drone for themselves as they push through. I'm not sure if that semblance of what their teamwork is like or what their communication is going to be for the whole team as a unit, but we'll see how that goes.
Was Boy Sakit trying to bandit trick and died to the thermite charge? He died to the thermite charge. He died to the thermite charge in the kill feed. Okay. That's what we're starting round number 2 with, apparently. Calculated entirely here by Spider-Roy on that thermite. Very nicely done. Quarren finds a pick off on Ipe and Ghost, and Spider-Roy will find a second frag. I'm surprised that, Quarren actually finds that third here now in the Steezo. Elite Guard will find that one, but I was going to say, I'm surprised that he was able to find Ipe and Ghost because he didn't actually find him out with a drone early on when he was waiting in bar, as Highlight cools us off the round the second time in a row, making this his own personal reel, and brings it now to 2-0.
It's not looking good for the Pride Alliance as they get devoured by Denova. Honestly, it's been pretty dominating so far. Clumsy, but dominating, you know? Like, whenever they push and they get aggressive, they just come in and they destroy. I feel like Pride Alliance, like, I mean, we did see Boysucket. Oh my gosh, I just realized what his name says. Boysucket. Okay, he's a
okay,
sick boy.
I'll put a different spin on
Essentially,
that.
he's a sick boy. So, so understanding that sick boy died to that bandit trick early was kind of a big blunder. That aside, they're not able to put a stop on this attacking team getting so aggressive that they rush onto site. They just send it, and then Pride Alliance is just sitting there like little kittens, and they're not able to just dish that same kind of power back at them.
Yeah, it seems like they're throwing a lot here on the wall that's sticking that we haven't seen Paul really be able to find a proper answer for. I'm honestly feeling like already here this could be a disparity in like power levels in general between these two teams, but that's what this whole Operation League is about. Find out who is a top dog, find out who cannot compete, and who can take that win going all the way to the playoffs and, hey, even qualify into PL itself. But we're going back here on the cash line, and this time they're trying to switch things around. No more Kaid, they got the Wamai instead, they got the Aruni as well. The Mute, Jaeger, and Bandit to keep things standard and locked down, but for the most part, you know, they're looking to try something new this time. What they've been doing first time around, second time around, hasn't really been working. The gym site did look a bit closer, more favorable to them, but you know, try their luck once again here on CCTV, and Sins is taking so much damage, down to just less than a quarter of his health. Look at that cheeky angle, which is pretty common nowadays, but it still catches you off guard.
I mean, do you have to double check it with your drone to know that someone shot you in the foot? I don't think so. Like where else are you gonna get shot from in that space? You know, like I think that was a bit of a pointless waste of a drone, a little bit of utility that could have been saved for another day. I would have picked it up. I would have maybe just kept it aside somewhere so that once you did break down that wall, that you made it available for the rest of your team to actually use that drone to scout a little bit more information. And there we go. Sins gets taken out immediately as he tries to tries to open up that wall unsuccessfully, to my knowledge or to my assumptions right now. One going to rotate into a line of sight. Elite guard gets taken down there. We do of course see Quarren for some reason on their flank, holding a very sneaky angle as he now tries to duel every single member on that ground floor.
I'm surprised he actually tried to Maverick trick that wall instead of, you know, just chucking a nade on through. But, I mean, especially with the fact that they have a Thermite anyways, and it's a Bandit on the other side, not the Kaid. But, well, bygones be bygones. That's what they're going with. Quarren here trying to flush out the roamers, but App and Ghost is being quite a nuisance at the moment. Will not last for too long. He's been roaming that that bar side, like 2 rounds in a row now, and he's been getting caught off guard by Quarren 2 times in a row as well. So, maybe you're gonna need to try and switch things up, but for the meantime, got a minute left on the clock, and honestly, 4v2, it's pretty good for them.
Yep, Spider-Roy will be planting that diffuser. It is successful yet again, and now we're looking at a 4v2, 4v1, and 4v none situation as Denova again take control of the site very aggressively, and Pride Alliance are just scattered. You know, we see them try to get back onto site, and they're so far away. We have all these pings coming down for pretty much every single member from Denova, bar Quarren, pushing from CCTV wall and within that space. But then you just see like 2 members still off-site, literally on the other side of the map. What are their priorities? Who are they protecting themselves from? And I mean, have they not done their research or even just counted the drones to understand that, you know what, there are way too many drones on this side of the map that we've killed to say that, you know, like anyone else is like coming from literally what, like gym and massive bedroom? There's no way anyone's coming from that site. Or at least not a significant force that you need 2 members lurking, hiding, and roaming till like the last minute of the match. You know, rotating that late was a huge mistake from Pride Alliance, and I want to see a little bit more aggression coming from them, or even just taking some sneakier spawn peeks, or perhaps a run out or two. Right now, they need to send it back to Denova, and Denova are just taking Pride Rock for all for themselves and just sitting on it as if they never left it and it was always theirs.
Yeah, I mean, Denova looking like the real kings of the Sahara at the moment, but for Pride of Lions, you know, honestly, with all the droning that's been going on from the side of Denova and how Pride of Lions haven't been able to successfully deal with that, even if they have a mute, because obviously they're playing off-site, well, I honestly don't think a Vigil pick is out of question here. I honestly think it could be a good pick for, especially what they're trying to do when you see them, you know, roam around that bar side a lot, which is honestly really good home grounds for a Vigil pick. But they're not really putting that out for the meantime, so I'm curious to see like what their game plan will be as we're going out here towards the basement site. We do have Denova once again here. Rather, we do have Quarren once again for Denova, this time on the Ying. Not going to be on that Buck this time. It will be Spider Roy, who we did see on the hard breach, but Rage just finds an opening, picking on Sasuke. He's already in! He's in the main stairs, but the Wolfie will shut him down for the meantime. Quarren will get that trade off real quick and easy. 4v5, rather 4v3 on down here in the favor of Denova. They're taking no time at all to waste when it comes to this basement site.
Oh no, getting gassed out of his own position as well. Quarren has to pull back. He has all the Candelas left in his pocket, I believe. I can't actually see his utility count at this point, but I have not seen it pop off just yet, or even heard it, so I'm assuming so. In saying that, they are going to be pushing through, most likely going to be able to take Church, and then once they push into that space, oh sorry, Memorial, and then perhaps into Church, but opening up this wall this early will allow them to get onto B quite aggressively, and that's something that I'm expecting them to do, considering their position, considering the tempo that they have been playing so far. They're not going to waste time getting onto site. They're not going to go through two rooms. They're going to break a hole in one and just rush onto it. A double kill going to Quarren will mean that Elite Guard gets taken out there immediately, and already another on-site defender getting eliminated. A triple kill going to Quarren as he rushes on, and there is no line of defense as they push in. Shotguns are out for Ipan Ghost, and Sins pays for his own. Gas is out there, and all it comes down to is Spider Roy collecting the last kill as Denova keep them guessing.
Yeah, there was no chance he could win that fight on the peak like that with a shotty, but with the fact that he did see Quarren there pick the Ying land, it pretty much tells you that they're like, okay, well, we know where we stand, we know how we rank in comparison to the Pride of Lions, and we're gonna really just, I guess, put our foot down. And with Quarren picking Finka, I think that's gonna rake through even more so.
I mean, that's adding to your point, right? Like they're just
party
sending
time.
it. And Voice Socket is just he's just gonna pick up the Tachanka. Okay, no, okay, he's second guessed this on all that. But honestly, I think the Tachanka would actually be a better pick at this point. If he was actually gonna deny entry and get aggressive, Tachanka is the operator to do that. You know, pull out all the Russians. You know, bring out Kapkan to slow them down from rushing in. Pull out the Echo. Pull out the Tachanka. Pull out man, I mean, they need to do that more. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, and well, there's also the glorious buff of picking the Tachanka himself. You gain some additional muscles at the end of the stream, but for the most
also
part,
gain a couple more chest hairs, you know?
Yeah, your stash grows out too as well when you do pick him, and I assume your tolerance for many other things does as well, as man is one hunky boy. But for the meantime, Pride Alliance, they're the ones who have to find a way to resist here the push from Denova, because they haven't yet been able to really cement themselves and, you know, kind of put that foot down and really put their walls up enough for Denova to be quite hampered. Because for the meantime, you know, Denova are just, honestly, they're outgunning a lot of these fights, and they're not even being too diligent on the drones, but they still pretty much win everything that they come up against. And Rage will find another opening big here, this time onto the Capkin.
Yeah, Pride Alliance are just letting them walk all over them as they rush in, take out those points, and you can tell they're not even communicating because they're not even telling each other which default cams they just took out. They're not even talking to each other. They're just like, all right, this is just another game for us. We're gonna send it, and we're just gonna do our thing, eliminate stuff, and eliminate people. But hey, now we're pushing in. We do see Quarren and Spider-Roy. They're kind of lining it up a little bit. You're like, hey, you know what? Let's just open these. Let's just open these up and then maybe send it. Like, look at them. They're just running onto points. Like, they get punished for it, but you know, the plan is there.
Oh, well, I mean, it seems to work initially, but he does get punished for it. Spider-Roy trying to go a bit party time. Rage is trying to do the same, walking into the arsenal, actually running, sprinting into it, and he's able to get a lot of damage on Invictus, who finds it down anyways. But Invictus will go down himself as Quarren is there to help his teammate on out. Rage will get res back up, and Highlight is the one going to be taken down this time by the Wolfie. They're trying to worry about this kitchen hatch because they know that someone could be there. Yokai will be denied by Sins, and they're all trapped here between this small closet inside the arsenal itself. The plant should be able to go down for the meantime, and Rage will find that pick on Anastasio. But the Wolfie has a good angle to try and challenge things here, but now that the plant is against him, he doesn't have any more Yokai. Actually has one. He's got one to play with here. This is gonna have to come in crucial land.
Yeah, well, especially since he's just lost his last teammate, and he will also be eliminated upstairs. What is he doing off-site? What is he doing off-site? You barely see off-site echo. And sure, it can work. I mean, that's also part of his playstyle, you know, that he's got a little command center somewhere else. But you need a little bit more backup if you're going to do that. And honestly, like with a team as aggressive as Denova, you can't be sitting there waiting for him to run onto point. As aggressively as they did. I mean, we saw that the Buck just yeeted himself in there, walked through barbed wire. Yeah, he got punished, but you know what? It didn't stop the rest of them following suit. Maverick, of course, taking his time to slowly blowtorch through the wall and create little shapes for himself to some limited success. But at the same time, it is great to see that, you know, Denova are alive and well, and they are very confident with this matchup here tonight.
I mean, for a team like Denova, who are already at a 5-0, there's nothing you honestly need to change up at this point. You know, Quarren's going to be back on that Ying, Rage this time on the Twitch, which is an absolute shredder, and they only have one real hard breach here on Hibana, but then, I mean, Instance can help out on that. On the side of Pride Lions, well, they're going to try out the Yaruni, which could honestly be, I think, it could be what would just help them, because at this point, the rushes from Denova have been quite terrible to deal with, and so that's going to, you know, make these Candelas a lot more difficult to apply. But you can roll them on the floor. You can also destroy them simply, the Rooney Gates, by, you know, chucking something in through. And so let's see how much value they'll actually get out of that. As we're going back now to Cash for the final round of defensive half for Pride and Lions.
Not many rounds left in the game. We might see a very fast one. Of the tempo and the pacing for this matchup keeps up. I agree that the changes to the roster for Pride Alliance with the Rooney and now the Wamai are going to be positive for them and allow them to create a good space for themselves. In saying that, I honestly think that a Goyo would have done them better. A Goyo would have been more effective for that roster, and in that same suit, Tachanka as well, to just break up a little bit of the enemy. This kind of blowtorching is sloppy and will get him killed real quick if he doesn't pay attention, because it has already before.
Luckily, though, Rage is there to check out the other side of the wall and actually find Boy Sakit, who is waiting right behind that big wall. Could potentially chuck a Nitro Cell out, but they've got this wall opened up now, and Sins is in a perfect position to try and, you know, force their way on in. Nade on out, and that's gonna down him. The Wolfie had no idea that was coming his way. Anastasio will find the pickoff. That's huge here coming from the side of Pride Lions, but they can they really bring it back into 1v4? No, they can't, as Rage and Sins is completely flush them down the drain. A flurry of frags goes their way, and Denova complete a flawless, perfect 6-0 half.
Jeez, that's crazy, man. I mean, we're already on match point. We're probably going to see a 7-0 at this rate, and all I'm going to say is that, you know, I hope Pride Lions aren't too discouraged. This is going to be a matchup for the ages. I mean, they're playing against some of the more experienced players, or at least a team that has someone like Quarren to captain them and to give them that sort of the knowledge they need in order to succeed. And they're up against that. You know, they have a a lack of experience at this level, and you can see that already. You can see that they're not changing their rosters accordingly. They are playing their I suppose they're not playing the gadgetry and the utility to its maximum potential. And their overall strats are just a little sloppy. Like, they're not on site, they're not playing together, there's a lack of communication, and the direction in which they're using their strategies and their placements for either operators or just control points is lacking greatly.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell after that second round, as I pointed it out, where it did already seem like there was a big skill disparity, and as the game continues on, that seems to be ever more so the case here. But maybe, you know, Pride Alliance can get a round or two to end off the game before they go down this one. I mean, at this point, 0-6 is going to be a comeback of, well, the tournament, honestly, if they can make this happen and take map number 1 away in overtime. But that's going to be looking like a far cry considering how these games have been going. Spider-Roy being cheeky early on, and you can see here with the composition of Pride Alliance, they don't want to waste any time on this roam clear. They got the Lion, they got the Jackal to apply. Even Goose taking some damage early on, trying to cross in here, but he's going to stay relatively safe for the meantime. He has to be careful, though, walking across this main side because there's lots of peaks coming his way. He takes early damage as well, even more so here. He's down to half HP, and that's him killed, down and ready. This is what I was talking about. It's so dangerous for you to be standing out there in the open.
Oh, the bait and switch from Denova is nasty. They baited out, and did you see how Spider-Roy weaved under the barricade destruction? Like the debris and the hole that he made, he just like bobbed and weaved it like a boxer. He just got out of there, and then it left Ipen Ghost just staring at it for the longest time. D Wolfie now also on literally 1 HP, being eliminated. Highlight not picking up a nice couple of kills for the rest of the team, and now it is 2v4. Rage being the Rage being the only person that actually got eliminated from that round so far. And we are going to look at the end of an entire series, coming down to literally the last member pushing in, and there we go. The first half is done. Denova, take that away.
Yeah,
quite convincingly.
Very. I mean, to say the very least. Oh, look at the G2 skin. Same, bro. Same. Anywho, Denova take the 7-0 round, well, win here on Clubhouse map number 1. Just completely lopsided, honestly. And you can see from those first 2 rounds already that, you know, Pride Alliance, they're honestly quite outclassed and kind of, you know, out of their league here, to be quite honest with you. The team that they're going up against, Denova, are not going to be any slouches in any sense of the word. And you can already see that, you know, honestly, it isn't necessarily what they're trying to do. I think from the side of Pride Alliance, it's a mistake. They have the proper goals in mind, but they just have a really misguided way of approaching it, I think, and how they really, you know, maybe, okay, they have the right idea, let's delay time, but the way they're doing that is, I think, a bit misshapen, to say the very least.
That's a very kind way of saying it, Black and Blue, but you know what? It is a best-of-3 series, and we are going to be able to come back to it after a short break, to my knowledge. But in saying that, hopefully we see them put up a fight, at least take a couple of rounds. We understand already there's a huge skill disparity, but can they show that they're not giving up and they have what it takes to come back next season, or even to develop over the coming months? So I'm not counting them out just yet. They might pull off a miracle. We've seen some better games, but we'll chuck it to a highlight. We'll come back after a quick break, and we'll see you guys very soon.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
And we're back after that quick break. Of course, Black and Blue is still here. We are now lining up the second match in a best-of-3 series between Denova and the Pride Alliance.
Yep, I mean, I think that's gonna be. It's safe to say this could potentially be the last match. I mean, let's be honest here. 7-0 is not something super easy to come back from. I mean, we did see a big disparity in power levels, but we don't want to harpen back on that too much. What we do want to look forward to is see if can they bring it to a map number 3, which is honestly not looking super likely, but it's going to be a big, Cinderella up and coming comeback story if it ever happens. Or if they go down, can they go down with an actual fight here, to be able to keep their heads up high?
They're gonna have to pull up a miracle to make that happen. Going to Oregon this time around, and it could be a map that the Nova struggle on. We never know. I want to give them a little bit more credit than that we haven't already been giving them, because that the predictions in chat are savagely skewed against the Pride Alliance. So if they can do it on any map, it's going to be Oregon, and it is their map pick this time. So perhaps they have some pretty good strats for this decision. And maybe in saying that, take a couple of rounds off Denova. But honestly, for an intricate map like Oregon, a very detailed and I suppose a map that needs a lot of study, it's gonna take quite a lot.
Honestly, Oregon, if you look at it, it's quite similar to map number 1 that we did have on Clubhouse. It's like a smaller version of Clubhouse, a more compact version of it. You got the basement, you got the second floor, you got the top floor rather, which only has one site. I guess it's a big difference. But for the most part, I mean, I'm just hoping here that at least for the side of Pride Alliance that, Oregon's going to turn out a lot more favorable for them. We might actually go to map number 3 if that's the case, but it remains to be seen if they even have what it takes in them. And even if, this being the pick of Pride of Lions, it is our map pick right now as compared to a while ago Denova picking Clubhouse. I'm not sure if even with that, kind of comfortability for them, if it's going to be enough for them to be able to take out the win here. They're probably going to get some more rounds. It's probably going to be more competitive than we saw on map number 1, but I'm honestly not too convinced yet that they even have, everything else that you kind of need, like the mechanical skill and all that, to be able to, I guess, compete with a team like Denova here, who have just been seemingly flawless early on map number 1.
I mean, for a title like Siege, it's never too much just about mechanical skill. Yes, mechanical skill is massive, but we do see some of the bigger names in Siege actually get as large or as favorited as they do just because they make smarter, two-step ahead plays that you can't see coming. For example, Macy J is as popular as he is just because the guy is a genius. He is one of the smartest players, if not the smartest player in the entire title, within this huge community that we have. And have we seen that in this region so far? Kind of. I mean, a couple of seasons ago, we did see Mizu from the former Lisay Esports pull up some big brain C4 plays. Just yeets it up onto the ceiling, and he walks away, presses the button, and then, he gets a double kill. Like, he did that so often within a best of 3 series. It was absolutely crazy. Every time he does it, a couple of double kills here and there. But since then, not so much. We don't see all these kind of long distance C4 throws. We don't see any double scaled kind of plays. Everything's been very straightforward, running in, throwing a flashbang, getting a couple kills, moving at the site. Basic aggressive plays. Can Pride Alliance be as aggressive as they need to? Because they're not going to get to that 400 IQ Macy J level just yet, but can they get past the first hurdle? Can they get past dealing with a team as confident as Denova?
Funnily enough, doing that whole Nitro Cell C4 underneath from below is something that Macy J actually kind of popularized himself. But that's just to add on to your point. But as well as, the fact that when you were talking about, they kind of need to get over this hurdle first before we even get to the whole, Rainbow Six sieging of this game. I think you're right on the money. Like, sometimes getting past that one hurdle, that one hump in front of you is more than enough, or just barely enough, rather, to, continue keeping that foot on the gas pedal, to be able to continue that momentum. If you win one round, sometimes it's all you need to be able to snowball into this. We've seen teams be like that, too. They lose like 4 rounds in a row, but then suddenly they win 1, and they bring it back to a 3 to 4 on the scoreboard, and at that point, it's anybody's game. We've seen that happen time and time again, in Pro League and Operation League as well in the previous seasons, and just in the competitive history of this game in general. And so, are Pride Alliance that type of are they that type of team that we got here? Are they the type of team that they just need that one member of the pack to be able to get the whole Pride going?
It really does come down sometimes to one man just changing the entire tempo of the team. Comes down to motivation, comes down to teamwork, comes down to a lot of things. But is that possible? They're going to really need to come together, because what we did see in the last few rounds, maybe even the whole game that we did see on Clubhouse, was that they don't have a lot of teamwork. And when they're making plays and they're trying to make big decisions, they're overthinking a lot of things. They took Echo off site. They took a lot of the operators off site, and they're trying to play it like that. It's making it too easy for Ying Candelas to be as effective as they are. Yes, they had Waimai and they had the ADS from Jaeger, They had all the utility to deny entry, but they lacked the bodies to deny entry. They lacked the firepower to put on suppressive fire, and they didn't have any of the angles controlled. They kind of just left those open for Denova, and Denova capitalized so well and easily. It allowed them to move in with so much confidence that it wasn't even a problem for them. They just took it, they just yeeted themselves into there, and then you see Pride Alliance is kind of scared, confused, and wondering how are we supposed to deal with this? What did we do wrong? But I'm sure over the last few minutes they've had some time to readjust and learn from their mistakes here. If they have anyone supporting them, like a coach or an analyst, which I'm unaware of at this point, they may be able to come back and say, hey, you know what, we need to be on site this time around. Maybe just have one roamer try to patrol the streets, but we play home security this time around.
I mean, even if they didn't have, a coach or a analyst, they're going to have to bring it in themselves. But speaking of, we're going in now to the game. Map number 2 to get underway. Oregon will be potentially our last map of this series. We are already 1-0, heavily in the favor of Denova, who have not dropped a single round yet in this entire series, going 7-0 for map number 1. Can they continue that streak on map number 2 as, well, Thatcher and Jackal, the opening bans here by either side, as now Pride Alliance looking for the defensive ban. We could see something here like a Kaid, maybe even a Mira. Some teams don't like playing against that, but we're going to see for ourselves as it is the latter as advertised.
At least they didn't ban Sledge this time. Jackal makes a little bit more sense when it comes to taking off operators from the enemy team. Yeah. Last ban coming in, 3 seconds left on the clock. See Denova deliberating what they want to take off, and Echo is something they're going to remove. A standard ban that's not too impactful. I mean, it is very impactful, but it's not like Pride of Lions had a huge success with that operator in particular. Surely we'll be able to see some pretty interesting decision-making, some interesting positions. Sledge getting picked up with the opportunity for it, and Malusi this time. And a bipolar start from what we had before. Now that we see that Pride Alliance, they're moving on to their side, they're actually choosing to go on attack first.
Okay, very interesting enough from Pride of Alliance to go on the attacking side. Aruni, are you for real? He locks it in. The Wolfie is not going to falter. That shall be his pick. Okay, we're seeing things quite interesting enough go ways we wouldn't expect. But Amaru being picked here, I guess if you're going to pull it out on Oregon, it would be when they're playing the second floor, right? Or honestly, even if you're playing the first floor, you can take second floor control real quick. So who knows? He might just walk on in and get 2 picks real quick off the bat.
He might be able to. Aruni is a operator that I suppose gets underplayed because everyone assumes you have to yeet yourself all the way onto site with her. Like, that's what she's famous for. Yeah. That's what she was. Well, that's what she got really popular with, But doesn't have to be played like that. You can play her in more passive or even intricate manners. Like, I suppose the biggest thing with Aruni is that you want to be able to take a high position or a strong control position close to site very quickly. If you droned out a room for, let's say, in the tower, and you know that the ground floor is clear, yeet yourself in there. Get your position real quick before that rotation comes around from the defending team, where they change that up. The Wolfie already using that. We see that he pulled out the grappling hook, and it has already been used. A couple of hatches being opened, of course, from within the connector and the attic all the way down into the basement just for some quick rotations. Does mean that Denova want as many options as possible in order to make swift rotations and to be able to take off anyone else. The Wolfie, like I said, already in tower with that drone that did keep an eye out for herself, will be moving down and trying to hold this rotation from the hall downstairs, followed by Ghost and Boysuckit as they rotate in, and they now have a little bit more information on some of the gadgetry and some of the defenses from Denova.
This is something you don't normally see, but you can see that they're really trying to use it because they seem like it is a problem, at least for them on the attacking side. The fact that they have 2 anti-roams here on both the Nomad and that Gridlock tells you a big tale of what they're necessarily kind of afraid from coming from the side of Denova, because Denova have been really bad on, really honestly painful for Pride Lions there. See the Wolfie trying to aggress on that sight line, but he gets picked off anyways by Quarren with a Nitro Cell. Where did that come from here, Elite Guard, as he gets taken on down? Quarren, I mean, him on that Melusi's just been such a big problem, going for the flank and finding a double now. Actually, as Sins will find that, it's not looking too well for POL at the start, as Quarren finds a second in the round. Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. It's all spelling absolute chaos as they all jump out. They try to take out Ivan Ghost, and they want to finish this round real quick. Denova are not waiting, and they are taking all the advantages possible.
It seems like there's, I think, a bit of a mishap here in terms of what they bring to the table. I don't know if the Nomad plus Gridlock is necessarily viable for what they're doing, because even with that, you know, even with them having 2 anti-roams, they still got outflanked there, and that's pretty much telling you, like, okay, there has to be something switched up here. There has to be kind of a mismanagement of efforts, and now they're gonna pull out the Blitz. Okay, that's something. They're pulling out the Fuse as well, but with the recent changes, who knows how that might work. Twitch on out here. You got the Ace as we're going down to the basement. Ace, really, I think Hibana would be more suited here, considering the fact that you're on the basement, but check things out and see how they're going to be playing out.
He could be just as useful if he goes through the back door, right? And he wants to take down those walls as they go through the construction site. That kind of makes sense to me, you know, to be able to deconstruct them and dismantle that barricading in a very ranged manner, so he doesn't have to put himself within that space. Because if they really load up the defenses in that posterior construction site, it can be very hard to enter, and to be able to throw your deconstruction.
That is true.
It's going to help, but I agree. Habana would be more a bit more useful and handy, just because she can just, I suppose, deconstruct, like break down a little bit over there in the back, and then go upstairs to take down the hatches as well.
Yeah, I mean, on this site...
I just realized they have a clash. My god.
Oh, I didn't even see that early on. Okay, that's what they're going for, and
with
that,
so focused
I think...
on Malusi.
Rage is trying to 1-dig some folks here, coming out from the construction spawn, from the back rather, but... Okay, let's see if he's going to be able to do that. He's still going to re-peek onto this. It seems like he's planning to do that. He sees him on out, almost gets it down. Oh, we'll get the tag on the shoulder, actually, here, Rage. He's still sticking on this, and he wins the fight. How does he do that? He's a Valkyrie trying to aggress there on the Twitch, and he wins it. The perfect Nitro Cell, landing a Kobe all the way from down. Rage, what a throwing arm here coming in from him.
I don't even know if we're watching a tactical shooter anymore. It just looks like it's baseball. Because the guy is just throwing it down the yard, and he is landing some crazy shots. Playing hide and seek with the Clash, of course, is something pretty interesting. But nowadays, with the air jab coming down, it may be an opportunity to take down the Clash as well. Jaeger, of course, will be punished for trying to be as sneaky as he does, and will be shot just because they can't synchronize the movements between Clash and the Jaeger. So, Boy Suckit will be pushing down the back there with the bullets. Will be face checking pretty much every single corner as he sees some of the enemies, and he gets punished by getting shot in the feet. Just wow.
Okay.
In saying that though, the attacking team is like down to 2 members.
It is a 2v3, so this is honestly doable, but when you don't have that man advantage versus a Clash, it can be very difficult to deal with. And the fact that they can't open the hatches, well, they're not going to be able to kind of open up that one more sideline to aggress on the Clash. Now, the air jab here will give him a bit of a safety net. If the Clash pushes up too far forward, that's going to knock her down, and at that point, that's not something you want to deal with. Nastasio, he can pull the Clash back closer to him, and this might actually work out for him. On the peak here, the Melusi is ready to trade. He's going to try and fall back because that's not the fight you want to take against Quarren. He actually wrap around and just wallbang him through the meeting wall, but Quarren will find that as the lead guard finds one of his own here landed, bring it down to a 1v2. He's got 30 seconds left on the clock. This is still doable, but he's going to have to find some way to isolate Quarren from that Clash on Sins.
I'm surprised he kept challenging that angle. Eventually, he was going to lose that, and it was quite obvious to me. I'm not sure if it was going to be obvious to anyone else. Standing so close to the Claymore as well is not going to benefit him as he drops down to pretty much 0 HP, bringing around his own demise against an entire... I saw a swarm of enemies as they just flood onto point, and the attackers aren't able to do anything about it.
I'm not sure why he was trying to spam the shield there. Potentially, I think, trying to catch him off guard when he puts that shield down, but
just
at that point, he's not going to. So, okay.
This might be a little obvious to some people, but you know, like, that shield's bulletproof.
Yeah,
and
it is.
That means you can't shoot through it. I hope that next season people realize that Osa also has a bulletproof window shield, and you can't shoot through it. It might not be obvious to some people, but I think
I think the fact that
put it out there.
You know, transparent would kind of throw people off for a loop if you're not as familiar with it. So I'd like to assume that, you know, Pride Alliance they probably know that it's bulletproof, right? I mean, it's a shield by all means. So maybe just, you know, a bit of mishap there on what exactly decision making was to do. I mean, it is a high pressure situation, time ticking, you're getting double peek, you have a clash, you're shooting, you know, taser at your face, and so it is what it is. It can definitely happen. It's a possible scenario. In the meantime, we're going here onto kitchen and dining, which honestly I do prefer over kitchen and meeting. So many teams like to play kitchen and meeting, but I think kitchen dining is a superior site. It can be very difficult to try and take, and especially here against a team like Denova who know how to play it. They know for a fact that the big anchor position on the site, not only the second floor, but more importantly that showers room. If you can hold showers, you can honestly gain control of most of both of the sites, and you can see just how much effort they're putting into that. To pull out the Maestro, I think, is a really good decision here, especially on this site. You can get so much value out of those evil eyes here when you're holding that shower room down. And so let's see how Pride of Lions dismantle this. If you can take the second floor quick and clean, then they might have a chance to be able to take this round.
There are always opportunities on the other side of the rainbow, black and blue. Perhaps we might see one come around here. Doesn't look likely, but you know, POL, they're pushing onto the tower now, and they know exactly what they want. They take out the first kill, and you know what? It is Rage. It is a very big kill as well, considering it's the Valkyrie. But Valkyrie's already got her cameras down. Valkyrie's already used her utility. Oh, that's a nice kill on the Spider. Very nice kill from Elite Guard. Finally showing up. Finally kept getting a couple of kills for himself. After a long record of just underperforming. Looks like a pretty good start for Pride Alliance as they push together as a unit through the site.
Reloading. Cover me.
Spider Joy there, having a bit of fun, Spider Roy. But yeah, they're in pretty good time to take this, and they opened that up even though the side is soft. Okay, that's
oh no, one wall is barricaded.
Yeah, but the other one was reinforced, so I don't see why it would have been the rotation spot anyways,
I mean, it's just a waste to use it to solve,
I guess. I mean, they still have 2 ace charges for those Selma charges for the rest of the hatches that we might see, but you have the sludge now, which honestly gets them lots of value. I'm not sure if that really broke through. It's just siege things. Okay.
Just, I don't know. I think maybe I'm not gonna comment on that one. I actually have no real clue what happened there. But boy, suck it. Maybe just a little bit too suck it to use that that hammer to great efficiency. The nades go down. We'll find no one just this time around. But ooh, does notice one just right next to the B. Oh, and through the floor gets shot and destroyed. Highlight. Through thick and thin, no flooring is too dense for this man as he just takes out the enemy with some good foresight. Ipan goes dropping down to pretty much nothing. This attack sounded so confident, but has been dismantled and been, I suppose, manhandled as all members of D&V pick up the slack and collect the last few kills after the first 2 teammates get, I suppose, picked off for trying to be as aggressive as they have been.
That was a hipfire. That was a hipfire kill at the end of that, I think, unless it was a spectator bug, but Denova,
I think he fired first and then tried the ADS as it went through.
Oh, yeah, he tried to basically quickscope it as his ADS. But
yeah.
Denova, dude, like, you can see that initially, honestly, the only reason why they gave up those 2 picks was because they're trying to meme. You can see them trying to spawn peek, trying to peek outside, not really taking it seriously. But as soon as they locked on in, they were like, okay, it's a 3v5. Let's actually play our proper positions and let's actually play this proper game of Siege. You can see that they just turn it up to a different turn it up to a different level. Highlight, with his opening pick from down underneath, finding that with a shot he perfectly placed. Honestly, how does he do it? I think they had the Val cam upstairs, actually, is the answer, which gave them that information. But Denova, 3-0, have yet to drop a single round in the series. They're currently 10-0 in the series alone. As Pride of Lions, that was one of the better starts we've seen from them all series long, but still couldn't close it out. And we're going back now to the second floor, which has evidently been a problem for Pride of Lions. The first time we see them take it, they do have a difference now as compared to the first round. No more Maverick this time around, but they do have the Ace and Hibana, which could switch things up.
5 seconds.
I think a big mistake that they made there was that they went for the tower control, and they had no posterior management for anyone hanging around the workshop, the short tower. Nobody, nothing. Like literally no one was pushing onto that side of the map, and they just gave that up. They just tried to force their way through one direction, and it became one-dimensional. They became a very easy team to read. They had a little bit more aggression, yes, I agree, but at the same time, kind of just dribbled in one by one, allowing the defense to just pick them off as casually as they had to. In addition to that, elite guard, whoever the gridlock was the last time, most likely elite guard, didn't really use the spike traps as well as they could have. Kind of just went down in one area and it boxed in one operator that wasn't too worried about challenging any angles, and they lost that fight anyway. So they're trying to push on directly into the point now, and they've got some pretty interesting angles that go quite deep. Yes, this is a good position to be in, and now that they've rappelled in, they have their positioning. Will they be able to find a little bit more information to make an educated decision on how to progress? They know that master bedroom's open, but Ipem Ghost already gets taken out as they try to push in and start losing members one by one. I think they're wasting their time here trying to pick up 3 members are trying to pick open a window that they don't have to worry about. Yes, someone died to a peak there, but you don't need 3 members to hunt down one person on that team when you have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Half this round has gone.
Like, this is what I'm talking about, where they have the right idea of what to do, but the wrong assumption in how to make it happen. Like, okay, try and hunt that guy down, try and deal with him, but not like that. But boy, Sakit finds an opener here. Who would have expected the Sledge to just crawl his way in from the basement? But this wall is reinforced. They have to have known that, right? Like, what was the Sledge going there be doing? But Nastasio, oh no, the wolf, he steps on the bear trap. Not gonna look under his shoes at the right time, and they're down to less than a minute left on the clock. It's all the Nastasio here and Boy Sakit. They have something to work with. It is down to a 3v. Oh, okay, you got this. You got this, Boy Sakit. We believe in you, but they now know where he is here. It's not looking too well, at the very least. I have to say, Land, for probably Lions. It's looking pretty dire.
More like dire wolves at this point, and it does seem that Nastasio is the last member left, and caught on his own rappel, will be shot out of the air from a very just a very simple play here. And oh my gosh, didn't even ADS. A hip fire from the shotgun itself. It's a pretty accurate shotgun, I will give it that.
One of the more accurate ones we actually have in the game. That thing has nutty range sometimes. You'd be surprised, and for good reason. 4-0, Lan. Currently 11-0 in the series, and honestly, I would normally at this point propose to my co-caster, a question like, what can they change to, I guess, start winning here? But I think if I put that to you, there's a lot for you to answer, honestly, and there's too much to go over in a small amount of time. So I propose a different question to you. What do you think is, for the side here of Pride Alliance, honestly, what's the one thing that I think, you think that Denova could, I don't know, slip up with, that Pride Alliance could start to capitalize on? Because if I ask you what there is to fix, there's too much, but on the other end of things, what is that one thing they can, kind of punish from the side of Denova?
their confidence, I suppose. Like, Denova don't care at this point. They're just playing a game where they think it's so casual. If Pride Alliance catch them on a whim, they can ebb their flow and
10 seconds left.
just throw things back at them. Sure, you know, like we saw the first 2 kills come out from Denova, go down on Denova from POL, and
Attackers are moving.
Elite Guard looked pretty good, got a double. Hey, you know, the guy's only, he was previously the lowest performing member on that team, and now he's got 4. If they can replicate that and keep that going with all that aggression, surely they should be able to get around. But what I think they need to do to change up is not this. They need to have a joint two-pronged attack. They have 5 members pushing one entrance with poor droning. I don't know how many drones have been used. Okay, now we send in the Flores bomb drone, and it will be shot out of thin air immediately and just preemptively detonated. Oh, and a complete waste. They should have sent the regular drone in, which is what they're sending in now. And Anastasio peeking so aggressively to try to trade this out with the defender is not the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Rage getting that opening pick off here to get some sort of a, I guess, unclear trade there. Not a direct one at the very least, but it's a pretty indirect force of effect. The Wolfie, look at this. This is what we talked about. They're just going to be trying to all aggress on this one door, walking into the blue bunkers. Ipan Ghost gets taken down now by Rage, and they just don't know how to deal with it. It's that simple. I don't think they honestly have enough experience to dismantle what Denova are doing here, no matter what side they're playing on. Even if POL are on the defensive side later on, Rage finds a triple kill. Boys a kit. You can already see their crosshair placement down low on the ground. Yeah, this is a runaway game. I honestly would not be surprised at this point if we end 14-0. I don't want to put too much slack on the side of Pride Alliance, but it is what it is. They're simply outclassed in this series.
2 more rounds, I'm calling it. Just before we see a very different time. We've got the last round for POL as they play attack. Honestly, should have played defense. Defense statistically obviously wins a little bit more, but they're cracking it all out now. They've got 0. Sam Fisher himself.
Yeah, who knows?
The man, the legend.
Yeah, you pull in the big guns, you pull in Captain America, who might know what happens when it comes into it. I'm surprised they went with 0. Is that a callback to something in Splinter Cell that I'm not familiar with?
It is. I don't know what 0 actually is in relation to Counter-Strike. Oh no, sorry, in relation to Splinter Cell. It really doesn't ring a bell. I played every single Splinter Cell game.
I played a bunch of them, but it doesn't remind me of anything.
But yeah, I mean, it really doesn't. Maybe he's Agent 0. You know, maybe he's like the original. Tom Clancy,
dude,
like flagship character, their mascot boy, because he was. You're right. He was the most popular character. He popularized the stealth espionage genre that really built a fair chunk of Tom Clancy's reputation as a video game, as a video game title. Yeah. And maybe that's what that is semblance to. And by the way, just a little note, there is a fantastic video out by IGN about Rainbow Six Siege weaponry that has been done and documented, and I've had some reactions from the British Museum of Weaponry or something like that. So like they've got all the guns and they kind of break down whether some of these weapons are realistic, whether they're very fictional, or and they give some of their reactions to it. Fantastic, fantastic video. Go check that out. Rage will be taking up that first kill on the lead guard as a very questionable position. I didn't see that actually go down, but I can only imagine that they put themselves there a little bit too forward, and they tried to challenge angles a little bit too simply.
Look at that. You see Spider-Roy just reinforcing in their face, and they're not able to deny him. He's gonna walk on in,
not like
clear,
this.
quick death, yes. Sin's taking him down to the Johns. Stasi gonna be taken out. Ape Ghost down to a sliver of his health, and this is a done half, honestly. I hate calling the action before it happens, but okay, Claymore. That's a bit of a consolation there, post post life. You can go down to Martyr. Martyrdom seems to be fully infect, but 1v3, where do we be? There isn't honestly much here to talk about aside from the fact that the Wolfies,
Attackers recovered
these guys were cut out for him, honestly, at the very least.
And saying that, I want to give credit to Pride Alliance. That has been a pretty hard series for them. They're obviously out of their depth, but in saying that, I only give them kudos for being here, right? It's obviously a pretty hard place to be, but they are playing against more experienced players, higher ranks, obviously, more, I suppose, a more educated position for them. But it is an experience that Pride of Lions, if they ever want to be competitive players, will have to go through. This is part of a growing process, and at some point in their careers, even Aerowolf, even Giants, even now, as we call them, Invictus Gaming, even they struggled to this level at some point in their careers, and it is something that everyone as a professional player has to go through at one point. You're gonna have to get raffle stomped. You're gonna have to get destroyed by like you know, someone else that's in your way. It is part of growing. So good job to Pride Alliance for actually making it this far, and for even putting their hands up to try to compete, to give it their best shot, and to be on a broadcast where, you know, as chat is doing right now, kind of just talking them down. But I am saying this is still a place where they can only gain pride because they have made it to a broadcast, because they have taken that leap and they say, you know what, even if we flop, I want to be on that broadcast. I want to make a name for myself. Even if I flop now, I want people to remember that, you know, I used to flop, but now I'm great. And now I'm gonna be able to say that 2 years down the line.
Attackers have discovered the location.
And honestly, you guys have to remember that this game has been out for quite a while, and to see the fact that there are still new teams, you know, trying to get in the scene is a good thing for the C scene in general and the Rainbow Six Siege in general. And you'd be surprised at how quick some of these teams could potentially, you know, just kind of, I guess, get better as time progresses. And you guys have to remember that when it comes to, you know, a game like this, R6, and it's such a tactical heavy game, one that might not be as easy to translate into from other shooters. And for a team like Pride Alliance to be able to join on here and to be on that broadcast, as you said, is a big thing for them as well. And at this point, the only takeaway that they should try and remember, or at least one of the biggest ones, is the fact that this only means that they have a lot more to improve and that they have a lot to learn. And that should be a prospect that any person or any team in general in life should be happy about. Because, well, being able to learn is...
Spider-Roy go in?
I don't know. I think he's waiting for a better time to do so.
Oh, he's waiting.
He goes in now.
He's got the back.
Oh, he wins it.
This guy. He was waiting. He was waiting for the bamboozles. And he got it. He got the bamboozle. He got the double bamboozle. Maybe the third as well, as the Jaeger still doesn't know where he is. And there we go. 3K going down to Spider-Roy. Perhaps even the fourth, as he challenges the last standing member of the Wolf. Flashbang goes down. The flashes himself, but collects it anyway. The SMG-11 reigns supreme, and there we go. Round 7 going to Denova. GG's all around. Congratulations to them for taking this very convincing 2-0 series and yet another flawless victory. Pride Alliance, thank you for being here. Hope to see you guys again. And honestly, a great effort.
Yeah, it's a really big thing for them to be here and for them to participate in this one. And I want to still say that they put out a valiant effort. Obviously, there was, you know, a bit of a skill disparity between these two teams, but I don't think that's something necessarily we have to harp on about, because we know for the fact that that just means that a team like Pride of Lions have a long ways to go, but they should be proud of that, and they should be, you know, kind of excited for that prospect that they have so much more to learn in the competitive scene of Rainbow Six Siege. You're going up against players who have obviously played quite a bit here, and for them to be, you know, one of the new fresher faces on the scene is a good thing, because that just means the scene will, you know, still have that growth, even though we're already like, what, 5-6 years into the lifespan of the game. So very nicely done from the side of Denova, but still props for Pride Alliance to be showing up on here and bring everything that they've got. They still should be proud of the fight that they brought at the end of it, even though it was quite lopsided, you know, 14-0 at the end of things. Pride Alliance did the best that they can, and maybe next time they're going to have an even madder bite than the roar.
Can only hope so. In saying that, we are going to another matchup, another best of 3 between some very popular teams that we know, Team Myschief and Invictus Gaming. So we'll be going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with a different lineup of casters. Infian is going to be joining us for the next matchup, and then I'll be coming back for the last game. So we'll see you soon, Black and Blue. thanks for being here. Thanks for casting with me. I'll catch you guys soon. See you guys at the end.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back to the Singapore qualifiers for Season 4 of the Rainbow Six Operation League. I'm Infinite Ewok and I'm back once again with the one and only Black and Blue, and we are here to take you on another journey. Maybe not as fast as the previous one, but we're here nonetheless. How was it, Black and Blue? I was watching from the comfort of my sofa.
Well, if this was a D&D campaign, it seems like we just did, the first entire campaign real quick with haste because we went 40-0, man. What else can you say from that? It was a big kind of outclassing of the two teams that we did have there a while ago, but I don't think that's going to be the same case coming up here in our second match, which will be Invictus, none other than them versus Myschief itself. So I think this is going to be a closer game than what we had earlier on.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to look at the map vetoes before we kind of deep dive into what goes on. So we have Myschief picking Clubhouse, always a dangerous prospect against Invictus Gaming in any of its forms. And then you have Invictus picking Coastline, which obviously I think, that kind of, it makes sense. And we're going to explain why in a little bit. The decider, if we get there, will be Banka. Obviously Invictus hasn't played on this map yet, but we'll see if we go there, what will happen. But okay, so looking at the map picks first of all, Clubhouse is a map that Invictus, Giants, Airwolf, whatever you call them, they've always been very, very good at it. And when it comes to Coastline is a map that's very frag heavy, even in its new form with the little changes that have been made. And Invictus Gaming, obviously, they have been to SI twice. They have been to Six Major, just now in Mexico. And, they have done so much in the scene. And when it comes to fragging, firepower, speakeasy, hysterics, I think two of them can take on any team in the world. So, tall order for Myschief to kind of take them on these two maps. But what do you think is going to be the overall approach of both of these teams coming into this matchup?
It's a really high bar that they're setting here right now, right? In for the side of Invictus. They've had all these accolades, they've had all the history here in the pro scene itself, not just in Operational League, but further on. And Team Myschief, they're a bit of a kind of counterpoint to that, where they've had lots of experience here in the Operational League. We did see them last time around, Season 3, Season 2. They've been such a team that gets really deep into the playoffs, but haven't yet been able to steal that, that championship run, the championship win in their favor. Invictus Gaming, though, one of the best teams in Southeast Asia, in Asia in general, and as you said, tall bar, and what is something that they can maybe bring to this as a Mozzie and Kaid or Banville, I think Team Myschief, they're really going to have to live up to their name, the Myschief here. Whatever they can kind of shake things off, things that Invictus might not be necessarily used to going up against because they're more, kind of used to more structured play than Myschief might bring here. That's something that Myschief can kind of capitalize on. And now on the attacking side, we're going to have to really see the full effect of that as they pull out the Cali here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, so immediately you can see, the operator lineups. Obviously, you have Thatcher and Maverick banned out, so you have to bring a Kali, you have to bring something that kind of makes it easy for you to open up the walls. Although IG is going to start off with the defense of caching CCTV, so technically it could have gone downstairs and opened it up. But look, when you're Myschief, you're looking at a team like IG, you know that these guys will be roaming hard on the first floor, even down into the basement, which is going to make it really difficult for you to go downstairs, send a Zofia charge, lifeline, or whatever you have, Ash charges, and try and destroy the bandit batteries or electric claws, if they existed in that manner. And the thing is, IG also knows this, so they are probably going to be well expecting of this Kali pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're quite well versed on how to really counterplay that, and let's see how much that will really affect things here. We did kind of talk about off screen a little bit, which I do want to bring up now, and we do kind of expect Invictus Gaming to honestly not pull out every single card they have gotten here already. I mean, it's the qualifiers, and first of all, they're also kind of looking forward towards APAC Pro League itself, and so for a team like Invictus Gaming, to them, this could be more of, one of those tournaments where they're just kind of checking their power levels right now within their own respective region. And that's something we're going to have to see Myschief kind of capitalize on and punish. But comes a Cali out, the Spear will kind of destroy some of their own utility, but they get the big wall open, the most important factor of all. Yeah,
absolutely. And, it's fast from NSC. It's good that they are taking this very seriously, as seriously as they really should be taking it, because they're going to be pushing hard for this victory. IG probably don't care. In fact, they might even want, they might even want themselves to kind of not do too well over here so that people can't look at this VOD on whatever maps they do end up playing in these potential 1 or 2, 3, however many games. Great shot from Jordan to start things off. Usually that's something that you'd see Hysterics do over that position near construction. But yeah, IG probably is not taking this too seriously. And this is really the case for most of these pro-tier teams when they go to the Nationals. There is one part of them, that obviously wants to play for pride, because how would it look if, Myschief, this, quote-unquote random team from Singapore takes down these people who have gone to SI majors and what have you not. Flashbangs are getting missed. Now the frag grenades are going to go in after they ensure the 80.
No!
Oof, it's burnt. That's a miss one. And IG is going to be sitting very comfortably inside with the man advantage. Cisno, he's been actually pretty useless over here. Kayoshi gets taken out by Joe. Damien chasing him below, I do believe. That's a little bit of a mistake from MSC. Cisno finally gets one kill though, not so useless anymore. Jordan takes him, gets taken down. Speak easy peasy, waits him out. So it's a 2 versus 4 with 40 seconds left to go. Diffuser's in a little bit of a scary spot, especially since Joe was roaming on the first floor.
You can actually sledge atop of that cons wall just to make the hole a bit cleaner. You won't get to the very top of it, but you get close enough to make the hole a bit more palatable. But Custa is going to find that frag here in the Joe. That brings it to a 2v3. Now they suddenly have a lifeline, but with 20 seconds left on clock, they have to get going on this. No more throwables by them to really burn down these Aruni gates, and that's going to be a big laser problem in the face. Now Custa is going to have to honestly bum rush through this. He does do exactly that, but Speak Easy will take some damage, but Hysterics and Lunar will clean things up, sending him to the moon. And IG will take round number 1.
Oh, that is a very clean round from IG. Clean in the sense that, sure, they lost members, but they were very much ready to trade them out at any moment. They weren't, antsy. They weren't overly aggressive. They played it patient. They knew that they had the position set up on the site. They had the deployable shield looking into the construction push, which is where the push was coming from. At the end, Cisno on the Kali, once he got taken out, that was basically free reign for these defenders to roam wherever they wanted. Even though Joe got taken out, even though, Jordan was traded as well by Cisno. Fair enough, IG probably just feeling out what kind of commitment and what kind of push that MSC is going to have in these pushes.
Defend and
But
protect
yeah,
the bomb
IG,
from being
you know, as
defused by
as I was talking about earlier on, they will be playing a little bit for pride. They don't want to get dumped out of the tournament in the very first match that they play. But this is still a qualifier, and you know, other teams, for most plainly, Team Secret, their coach, you know, he talked about this with the GSA League over in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. Well, he was like, look, you know, well, yes, one part we don't want to get dumped out of the tournament by random teams, but we're not going to take this seriously because the money, really, and the pride, the real pride is down over in the European League, which is Apex South for IG. And you know, that just makes it a little bit of a dilemma for them. How much do you want to show in order to try and save your pride of not going out? And they didn't make it to the playoffs in the GSA League. They're the only EUL team not to do so. But they're not really feeling too bad about it, and I don't think IG, you know, besides of like a couple of minutes of disappointment, will care too much if they lose this. So MSC, they must take this opportunity with full force.
For sure. That's that kind of, you know, I guess maybe carefree approach is something that Team Myschief could use to their advantage, and for Invictus Gaming, they can't let it slip away from them, although I don't think they're going to really be too down in the dumpster if they lose this. I don't think they're going to mind too much, but obviously, you know, getting that win is going to be a nice way to end off the day. It's always nice to win, no matter, even if you're playing ranked games or even unranked sometimes. It's nice to get a win every now and then. But Invictus Gaming, they're no strangers to winning stuff anyway, so this shouldn't be something that should be too big of a problem for them. They get the big wall open with more than, well, actually about 2 minutes left in the clock, so they're in pretty good time. Full garage control, and Team Myschief, well, they're in pretty good time for this. Invictus Gaming have to find some way to really delay things here, because honestly, right now, Team Myschief, they're almost ready to go for a plan.
Well, yeah, this is a driven bedroom defense over here from Invictus, actually. So you can see that they are lingering inside of cash. They have a player on red stairs. Cisno's already been taken out. There's some damage being dealt to Kayoshi as he tries to fall off the outside balcony as well. And Custer and Damien, they're below. They're trying to clear out any first floor rumors. So far, I don't think there are any. Except for Hysterics, he goes big, gets his triple kill. Joe gets one more, traded out by Damien. But it's all up to Damien, who started his 1v5 in style, but won't be able to end it. Luna, the moment he knows, comes in. And they are having fun, IG. You can tell already. They're playing a lot freer than they usually would.
You know, Infinite, you're completely right. I kind of blanked out and thought that they were playing Cash again. When I forgot they played Cash for round number one. Well, in that case, it changes everything because they had such a heavy stack towards that Cash side, which is honestly quite a common way that teams like to hold, you know, the gym and bedroom. You stack the construction and the garage, rather, construction and the Cash side. You reinforce all around Cash and make things hell for the team trying to push from that side, from the garage and CCTV room. And in that case, well, they didn't even get to open up the big wall towards gym because all their kind of focus was placed towards that, you know, that CCTV side, which in the end did bite them in the back. The landing was completely just a kill zone there for Invictus Gaming on the defensive side. And now as we're going to the basement, they're going to continue that, I believe, with a Vigil pick here and the mute. This tells me they want to go for quite a deep roam, maybe towards the bar or second floor side.
Yeah, so, you know, IG obviously chilling right now. We have a little bit of that menu sound bug, you can see. It's a cool menu sound, but it's playing and it's kind of finally fade off as IG sets up for the basement defense. Now, look, let's look at the operator lineups over here. So specifically, this is the first time we are seeing IG bring out the Thunderbird, and this might be a good proving ground for IG to, you know, treat it as a method to experiment a little bit, see where they can fit Thunderbird in their own team dynamic. Maybe not necessarily full-fledged strategies, but at least trying to feel out, you know, whether Joe can play Thunderbird, whether he likes it in a competitive setting, or whether someone else wants to go and try it. You know, if we try entrenched positions, how much can that help? So on and so forth. But otherwise, the operator lineup, it's a solid operator lineup. It's not like we are seeing Tachanka and like all the what about operators that are out of meta and quote-unquote useless right now.
I mean, as you said, this could be where they kind of theory test a bit, see if the Thunderbird will work, and when we go to bank, they can continue that endeavor on because some delays maps added to the competitive rotation. But for the meantime, they have to focus on the task at hand, which is honestly not too difficult, especially after that opening pick here by Jordan on X1. For them to get that Zophie off of the board real quick is a lot of firepower removed, to say the very least, here on the side of Myschief. So Invictus, this basement hold for them is looking pretty good. You can see all the beat jammers here proposing such a huge problem, especially when it's a Vigil roaming up top. That can be a very, very big hassle for the attacking team. Kind of taking some notes there from the old school SSG roam.
Yeah, indeed. SSG themselves, though, they don't play that SSG roam anymore, not quite how it used to be. Metas have changed, and a lot of that has caused teams like, Empire, who are struggling to come back into the fray as one of the top performers. Empire, of course, having made it to the Mexico Major Grand Final. They didn't play IG, though. Damien almost catches out the Aruni of Jordan, but instead he gets caught out by Hysterics. Damien gets taken down, and it's a 5 versus 3. Good trades though coming out from MSC, Cisno and Kyoshi, and it's 3 versus 3, a very good chance for MSC to take this round, but they have a minute left and they need to go to the basement, not on the second floor and not on the first. But Speakeasy takes down Custer.
They're taking so much time trying to clear off the second floor. And you can see exactly why, because of, just a problem proposed a while ago by Hysterics roaming up there up top. You can see how afraid they are of it. But honestly, at these type of moments when, time is ticking, you have a minute left on the clock and you have to go down, I think the proper thing to do is just give it up. Give up the top floor control, go downstairs and just be diligent with, your flank watch and your drones to be able to kind of catch any roamers coming in from behind, because at this point, this is a done round. Like, if you just wait for this, all you're doing here is saving KD, and that's not the prospect you want to have to kind of be forced into in a lot of these rounds, especially when you're about to go down 0-3. This is a done deal here. And Kyoshi, he's going to have to find a 1v3 in miraculous time here. He does get Lunar off, but the rest here of the Team Invictus Gaming side are far removed from the situation, and they will be able to take the round here. Third going in the way of IG. We'll see Myschief just get completely, how do I say this, hampered even before getting to the site. That was the first time they actually even stepped foot on the basement.
Yeah, so this is obviously Invictus Gaming that is not playing as disciplined as it usually does. The way, Luna was taking that fight, and especially at the end when in the basement where I think it was Hysterics, I think, who just swung wide, just trying to get that final thermite. Obviously, IG, they're not really too stressed about this. The question is, are they going to allow Myschief to grow into this? Do they feel that this is, what they're showing is enough to hide these strategies for Apex South, which, they are in a very good position right now to get auto qualification to the Mexico Major. They just beat Knights earlier this week. And Knights were their chief rivals for that first position, aside from Elevate, of course. But Elevate, I think, already lost in the first week, so IG is looking good in that regard. So they don't want to be losing any careless gains when it comes to the Apex South Division, and especially not by revealing something that they would have rather hidden over here.
Curiously enough, been pulling out the mirror here, which they didn't do the first time around on Cash, but you want to shake things up, and they're putting it on the big wall facing outside. Okay. Alright. Not something you always see, but okay, they're going to try and make it happen. As I guess one thing that they could potentially use this for is, I think he's going to try and pop it open as they try and breach this wall, maybe get the Nitro Cell trucked out there, but okay. Okay, so he breaks it. He does break it. This, honestly, all this really does is make the breach a lot more difficult for the Myschief, which could be a 5-head play in itself.
Yeah, indeed. That mirror window is actually not something that IG is showing off just to hide stuff. This is something that they actually use, and Speakeasy, he even gets a kill from it immediately. It seems Kyoshi's thermite taken off the board. But yeah, IG actually likes that mirror window a couple of times. We've seen them use it on Clubhouse. We've seen them use a similar mirror window on Consulate, Garage, Basement as well. And it just makes it very hard for attackers to approach it if they're not confident in taking those gunfights. And when you are an amateur team who's going up against the best team the country has produced in Rainbow Six, and one of the best teams in any of the esports, that mental factor is always going to be there. You're going to be scared a little bit, and it's going to be hard to fight against that. Especially when you're losing gunfights like this. You're down 3 versus 5 now. Luna just swings wide, takes down X1. Damien responds, so that's a good trade. And that will give Myschief some confidence.
This garage control is proving to be so important here for the side of IG, but MSC, they bring it down to another 2v3, just as we saw last round. But can Kusta make it happen this time around? Cisno, he's so open to be waiting out here, honestly. So very dangerous. He can get peeked from so many different angles, from bar, from the garage, from up top. It's not a good prospect to be in for sure. You can see just how much value that mirror window has. For them to place it there, you can see that, for the side here of, well, Team Myschief, they're absolutely just intimidated from pushing into it. They do have an ace, so they don't even have to walk up to it, but they still don't even want to get on that facet. And to give that wall up for free, I think the proper idea there would have been to still fight for it in some sort of sense, because then on, if you don't open that wall, the rest of IG here are going to be able to focus their strengths on every single part of the map instead of that big wall, and it gives them so much breathing room, so much space to work with. And you can see just why the garage was so difficult to deal with is because they didn't have that CCTV wall open. And Cisno will be taken out at the end of things here in Fian to speak easy. Not getting too loud at the very end. All you had to do was tap away, and oh my goodness, I was through a wall too. You saw him though. Yes.
It's too easy. It's easy peasy for Speakeasy, of course. It's been a while since I've casted IG, and it feels good to see them in the element. Of course, it's not the premier competition here in APAC, but it's a pretty solid one. And in fact, I talked about IG not quite bringing a Tachanka and other stuff just yet. Well, we have a Tachanka in this one. Joe is going to be playing that operator, and we have Jordan and Luna who have not yet solidified the operator picks. Luna's going to be the one going for a 6th pick. Where was he going to go? He's going to go to Elysian. So, comparing this defensive lineup to what IG usually plays. So if you look at their statistics from the past 6 months, they usually like to have a Jaeger, which they don't have right now. They usually like to have a Valkyrie, which they don't have right now. They like to have a Mute. They don't have that right now. And they like to have a Smoke. Now, that one's here for the first operator. They like to have a Melusi, not here. Wamai, also not here. Not in this operator lineup. Mira, not here. Mozi, not here. Kai, banned. Goyo, that's the next one that kind of turns out. So you can see that IG is playing a little bit funky with their operator selections.
I mean, when we look at things here, I think it's not necessarily
it's not
as bad as it might seem.
Yeah, but it's not what they usually kind of choose.
It's not what you would kind of expect from a team like IG. At least, it kind of tells you that, okay, X1, the shutdown on Jordan, that Goyo taking off, no more nitro on him, but I think his shields should be placed down fully to the fullest extent, and so they can still play off of that for the meantime. Luckily, he's got that passive, abilities to really work with here. No CCTV reinforcement this time around, even though we're playing once again on that gym side, but let's see how really heavy-handed they hold this out. They have lots of delaying power if you look at it here, actually, Infian. Like, literally every single operator they have is quite good for delaying time, and Damien finds that opening pick in a Lunar. They're really going to have to delay things right now.
Yeah, this is not looking good for IG for the first time. X1's already prone here inside of CCTV, and Shumika launches are going out. You can hear Joe trying to push this attack back, and he does push X1 out, but MSC are in such a good spot right now. Problem for them, though, is that the 2 best players on IG, historically and in this matchup as well, Speakeasy and Hysterics, they're still alive.
Okay. They might be alive still, yes, but Will it be enough for them to bring this one on back here for the side of IG, as the opening picks have been found in the favor of Myschief time and time again? Damien's going to get shut down here by Hysterics this time. He's completely going crazy on this, and Joe will find one. Oh no, Kusta going down brings it to a 3v3. They've equalized the man advantage on up here, and this red stairs could prove to be deadly if Kyoshi could not find a pick. Almost gets the head there, almost trims a bit of the top of Hysterics, but he's able to escape to fight another day. A minute and 10 left on the clock for them to work with, as Joe finds that frag in X1. It's down to a 2v3 here in Phenom, and this is looking so much more dire. They took CCTV real quick, but Hysterics brings it out to a 1v3. It's all on the Kyoshi now.
Wow.
Oh, and Hysterics brings it to the end. I thought when they got that, red stairs control, that would have been it. They would have been able to take cash, but no. They were still able to fend them off back, fend that Zophie off back, and somehow Invictus bring it from a 3v5 to a win.
I mean, really, I think that was MSC's round to lose, and they did lose it. They had a very good start to it. They got 2 good picks, Jordan and Luna. They had control of CCTV, as you said, but the moment they got that, they kind of like lost the plot a little bit. They got ahead of themselves. They're like, okay, wait, damn, we didn't expect to be here. Like that SpongeBob meme. Plankton's like, I don't know, I didn't think I would get this far, and it kind of felt like that's what happened, because they forgot that we can try and start opening this wall over here. We have all of our operators. Let's open up the cash wall. Let's put pressure on these defenders. Let's shift them out of these positions. And in fact, IG just used those power positions, and most of that fighting happened around cash, and the round ended right there and then.
Cash room here is something that we have seen proven to be deadly by Invictus Gaming, but also their basement. We haven't really seen Team Myschief even get foot on the basement site earlier on when Invictus Gaming were holding on to that. They reinforced the wall right in front of the bomb here from Church going into Arsenal. Some teams like to do the opposite of that and put the reinforcement where their rotation is right now and the rotation where the reinforcement is, but it's up to you on how you really want to play that. There's good reason to do both, honestly, depending on which kind of anchor position you really want to hold down to. But they do pull out that mirror once again, which we have seen Team Myschief quite struggle to really counteract and deal with earlier on in the half.
Now X1, he's trying his level best to find and pick off someone early on, just like he did last round. It was Jordan who paid the price for what I assume was a potential spawn peak. Attempted one, Custer, he doesn't quite drone, I believe, that Caveira that's sitting inside of Logistics office. Once again, the funky picks coming out from IG. Luna Metal on the Caveira. You never see IG play Caveira, much less Luna Metal. You hardly ever see Oryx as well. So you can see IG are very much comfortable. They know they can just rely on their raw gun skill and take this win. They're pushing for a 7-0. We might be on course for a second 14-0 if MSC isn't able to capitalize on things. Once again, Jordan, though, goes down first. This time it's Damien who takes him out. C4 comes out, almost gets traded, but a good dodge from the sledge.
I think that, rather, I was thinking that going into this, as Lunar, he didn't even
Where
go
was
for
the
the interrogation there. I think he was kind of wary of the hatch right above him, but I get the point. Kyoshi will get the kill, though, but nice trade on him. I was kind of thinking, going to this game that IG are just honestly going to kind of party time and bring the fight to them and just, play off a gun skill, not really be super stratty, even though they do have proper setups. But Hysterics just completely going hysterical here. Double kill right away. The kill feed comes for his favor. That's a 3v2. Immediately make that. Oh no. A 1v3 once again this time, Infi, and it's going to be Sino, the last one left alive. And as a Cali, it's not a good prospect to be in.
Oh, sis, no, you're losing too many of your gunfights that you should be winning! Joe is having his fun! No! He is playing with his food! And he's gonna take down that last player! They're really enjoying this slams Kali into the wall! They're watching WWE here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness.
As Infian Ewok is my witness, he broke that man in half! Jeez.
Oh,
he's got a family!
Oh no. That was, Yeah, I mean, I think that specific engagement is a good summary of this whole matchup. MSC, they're losing gunfights and missing shots that they really shouldn't be missing. There's really no reason for them to be missing people just walking around. He missed the shots on, I believe, that Goyo. It was Hysterics, I think, earlier on, and then he missed all of the shots on the Oryx. Did the final player of Cisno. So it kind of feels like if it was any other team, he would have nailed that, and they would have been exerting themselves against those defenders, winning those gunfights. But just because you realize, shit, this is Hysterics. Shit, this is Speakeasy. These are all these big hitters, and it kind of poop yourself.
I mean, who knows? Maybe going onto the defensive side, Infian, will smell a bit better, at least. Because MSC defensive
I
side
hope so, because they got a Ying, Monty, Finka, Jackal, and Thermite.
Yeah.
And I bet the Thermite for the smoke.
Party time. Party time is what it is. Thermite just for safe measure, just in case there's something awry going around. But yeah, those smokes are definitely going to help on the push, especially combined with the Yang, who also has smokes. Look, they have 8 smokes on them. What the hell?
I'm scared. Black and blue hold me. I don't know what's gonna happen. This is scary. IG are looking to close this out in style. They're on match point already.
I mean, if they get one round here, one more round, that means we're gonna have 3 7-0s already here on this day for the Singapore qualifiers. That's something I wasn't expecting. Going to, I did think that for both of this series that there is a clear heavy favorite, even just going into them, but I didn't think it would be this much of a dominant performance from Invictus. But let's see now on this attacking side. It could be a different story as Custa finds the opening pick. That's what we're talking about. That's the start they needed to get back into the game here in Fien.
Yeah, and you're taking out Joe. You're taking out 2 frag grenades, I believe. I think I was bringing. So that's a very, very good start indeed. Although I mean, come on. Hysterics on 11 kills. Okay, he's on 11 kills. It's been 6 rounds. And Speakeasy's gonna join in the party. He's gonna get on to 5, takes down X1. So that is a mute and a C4 off the board. Jordan's gonna launch his Candela straight into the bomb site. No one's there to capitalize, but he's like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna sow some chaos. What are you gonna do?
Yep. Just, basically shaking up the defense, trying to keep them stirred and not let them get too complacent. They hear that Candela out there like, oh, damn, where the hell is Ying now? Right? So, very nicely done from him. Just, kind of alleviate some pressure here and speak easy. Too easy for him on that Peasy. Find Custa. And now they have a proper spot to go for plant. But that evil eye will be a nuisance for the meantime. Somebody on that watching out there. Hysterics will find a frag to bring it to a 2v4. And this is looking to be a 3rd swept game of the day.
I mean, damn, son. I mean, what is going on here in Singapore? Kyoshi trades back, but gets traded himself by the Monty of Lunar Metal. He loves that operator. He's always loved that operator. Cisno, what can he do with the 81 bullets inside? He's gonna go up against the Monty. He's trying to kill that player inside of Logi Hack. And Luna just showcasing why he's so good at the Monty, why he's one of the best Monty players in the world. And it's a 7-0 sweep as Speakeasy just casually waits for his captain to take away all the attention and comes in for the finisher. It's 7-0 here on Clubhouse. You're gonna see our pretty little faces a little bit too soon, I think. Sooner than we hoped.
At least for one of us. I can't speak for myself, but Infinite himself is very quite dashing. But speaking of dashing, that was a dash to the finish line, a race to the end of it. I mean, there was no other way to put it. I mean, the fact that they picked the Oryx, I think I already told you that. They were in for a fun time. And going into this match, I did, as I said a while ago, I did think that they were honestly just going to try and outskill and outgun the competition because there is a big skill disparity between these two teams. I didn't think it would be this big, though. I thought, maybe Myschief can take like 3 rounds, maybe even 4. Who knows, even a 5th.
Yeah.
But nope, we go 7-0 and
specifically because of skill, right? Because, we talked about it early on. You before the call started as well, before the cast started. We're like, look, IG might not be pushing so hard, and MSC, they're going to be gunning for it, so this is a good chance for them to kind of grab something. And capitalize on the opportunities that IG is going to be given them. And one of the things that I really wanted to talk about before we throw to the highlights was IG barely brought Jaeger, barely brought Wamai. So, like, you know, why are you not bringing throwables, bring your frag grenades, force them out, flash them out, kill them, do something with it? And MSC just didn't, which was sad. You know, I expected a little bit more from them.
Well, I mean, even without that, it seemed like Invictus, they were so much more in the front seat, in the driver's seat than we ever could have expected. But we're going to have to find out if that will continue on in map number 2 after we go to the highlights and a short break. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. R6 Operational League Singapore qualifiers will be back in a hair.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds?
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome!
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on! Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know, I know. But I was thinking high tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Okay, back
Hello
here, R6
and
Operation
welcome
League.
back. Oh yeah. Well, we forgot to rehearse that bit, but I think the mistakes were bigger from MSC side in the previous.
Yeah,
map.
let's throw the blame on them instead. Let's
Yeah.
toss that out there.
we're just following their lead.
Well, I think the thing that we're going to take on that is we're both quite eager to get the game going. Once again, hello guys, we're back here, R6 Operation League. I'm back in with the one and only amazing man himself, the veteran, Infant Ewok. How you doing, man?
I'm doing really well, but we are going to be heading into a map right away. I think map vetoes, we're going to look at those again. So, Myschief picked Clubhouse early on, and what was the scoreline again? I can't quite remember.
It usually kind of needs a bit to ring the bell, but it sounded something like a 7-0. Yeah.
Right. Owen, right? 0-7. That's right. My good friend Owen making his third appearance of the day. Not sure whether he is going to turn up, and over on Coastline as well. But yeah, Invictus Gaming are going to try their best. Going to implore him to come on and join us. Because Coastline, well, it's such a frag-heavy map. It just lends itself to a very, very fast-paced, frenetic playstyle. And while IG doesn't play that way anymore over in Apex South, they certainly can over here in the Operation League against a lower quality of opposition. And they are no strangers to playing very fast-paced, and we saw them play this level and win against international opposition when they went to the Pro League finals all the way back in 2019 in Tokoname that was. And we all remember, as fans of the Southeast Asian region, Giants Gaming versus Airwolf. That was a match for the ages, for us at least. So MSC, that is the question, right? What do they do? How do they do something, anything, show signs of life.
Yeah, I mean it's a tall order to ask for. It's a really long receipt, a really long bill to come here for MSC to be going into this Myschief against Invictus Gaming, one of the teams that honestly put the world spotlight on Southeast Asia as a region, put eyes on Southeast Asia to be like, okay, these guys, there's something here that we have to look on, there's something to be talked about, and they're one of the big reasons why APAC is suddenly, while, might not be, the most competitive, or rather the strongest region in the world, it is one that's increasingly been more competitive as the days go on by, and one that has honestly been quite a good surprise recently how APAC has been doing, even in like the 6 major and all that. But Vigil banned here by IG. Funny enough, not by Myschief, no, by IG. And they're starting on the defensive side, and it was Invictus who was really making great work of that Vigil. And for them to ban him here on Coastline, well, let's see how they're really trying to counteract what Myschief might be trying to throw a bit aloof here.
Well, whatever the case is, I mean, Myschief, they're trying the best. They're really trying the best right now. IG's taken off Zofia and Vigil. Very interesting, because they love their Zofia and they love their Vigil. MSC has responded with Nomad and Valkyrie, but I don't know if that's going to have too much of an effect. Good thing for MSC is that they're starting off on the attack, which is usually considered a favorable side here on Coastline, although that might be changing with the reworks and the quality of life changes that we've seen here on this map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
But
bombs.
as far as the defensive lineup goes, once again, we got some funky stuff. We got an Oryx and we got a Warden.
I mean, for the most part, the map is still the same. There aren't too many differences aside from like maybe that VIP side. Where you can see, a big wall on up now there, and just small changes around the map, but nothing honestly too different. So, for the most part, this should feel right at home for Myschief, especially being on the attacking side during Coastline. This is a map that we see some teams not even really bring a real heartbeat to me. Like, at most, maybe Hibana, an ace here and there, but it isn't necessarily something you always need. Hibana, honestly, just having her
5
here
seconds
for
left
MSC is
before
more than enough for a map like Coastline. And for a team like Invictus Gaming,
Attackers
they
are
know
moving
that,
out to locate
honestly,
a bomb
Hookah
and
can be
defuse it.
quite a difficult position to hold, but they're still going to pick it anyways, wanting to try some stuff out. Nothing too new. They do leave the wall here open, at least for the side of IG, to get some sight lines down to the courtyard, and I think coming that way.
Now,
Okay.
Cho's trying his best to get an early pick. He's not going to find it. But you can see that, once again, IG fearless. And there's no reason for them to hang back and take a step back. They want to get this over with very quickly. They want to catch an early dinner, perhaps, 6 p.m. might be their goal.
Looking to be the case.
Well, the thing about Coastline also is, as a defender, you got to really play aggressive if you want to win. You have to make that space for yourself, because it's so easy for attackers to swarm in and take control of the map, and for you to get pushed back. There are not many places as a defender where you can hide and stay comfortable. And Damon getting taken out is a good start. Speakeasy's going to take a little bit more damage. I think that is the Lion. But still, Speakeasy wins it out. Cisno goes down. And that's 2 kills to start off. And IG, they have really muscled their way into this map control.
Oh,
my
what
God.
a peak!
What?
Speakeasy.
No.
Not saying much at all, because his actions speak louder than any word. Lunar will find the pick here off on the Kyoshi, and Cus is able to bring it down to a 1v4, the first pick that Myschief has found all round long. He will get the kill. Shotty at the end to confirm it from that range. He was downed anyways.
Look
The
at
Oryx
the
is
song.
trying to swing on white. Oh no, that is it. Lunar Metal himself playing the rock. We'll bring it down.
That was very funny watching the outlines at the very end. It was like, when you're playing Left 4 Dead and you shoot someone, you've
a
alerted
charger.
the horde. No, you've alerted the horde, and you suddenly
You've
just
alerted
see
the
all
horde.
these outlines converging on Custa. That was really funny for us. I'm sure MSC they're not laughing. I'm very.
I mean, that's kind of what you have to do, right? You know where he is. There's little time left remaining. You can honestly triple swing him at that point, which they did, and well, it's all they have to do. So, Team Myschief. I don't know, man. This is looking like the same exact story we saw in Clubhouse.
Yeah, it. Oh my God, what are we seeing? Doc, Rook, Thunderbird.
Attackers
Oh.
need to locate and
Oryx,
defuse
of course.
as
Yes,
many
do
What?
not
bombs as they
forget
can.
about
And
that.
Oryx. The only normal operator is the Kaid. And they're playing Penthouse.
Penthouse, yes. Okay. I mean,
Okay
to be
then.
fair. Okay, let's try and put some rhyme to this
What is this
reason. I
setup?
guess
Wait, black and blue. What is this setup?
all the way
full
open VIP. They
extension
want to
into
take
V-
the long range gunfights, I guess, with the scopes that they have on Dock and Rook.
10 seconds left
Ah,
before
no,
insertion.
Oh,
This
wow. Okay.
5 seconds left before insertion.
All right, this is party time. We're in for a fun show.
Moving out to
Let's get
locate a
round 2
bomb and
going.
use it.
Changing mag.
You know, I bet. Oh
Well,
my
good night,
goodness,
X1.
he has a
That is a straight up-
P92.
That is straight from ranked. I've seen Speakeasy do that in ranked so many times. And not just Speakeasy, a bunch of people will try that. You know, just outside the aqua balcony, bring a P90 on the dock, because why not? We're having fun. And X1 shut down.
Oh, they're the Pinani. He's brought it out. Invictus. I think they're. It's safe to say they're quite comfortable right now with the game that they have at hand. This is something that we were kind of hoping Myschief are going to be able to punish, but when you go for some wacky stuff like that, honestly, what counterplay do you have aside from just waiting for things to come your way? And when Myschief go into the site itself, or even step into the map, into coastline itself, I think you're going to be perplexed at the setup that's going to be approaching them when they actually get near the site.
Well, Joe with the spear, he's gonna take down Damien. Cisno responds, Custa gets taken out elsewhere though, and Joe is the one who's having some fun with those Kona stations, but Kyoshi finally finishes him off after it seemed like Joe would live to fight another day, but it's a 2 versus 3 here on the attack for MSC. Kyoshi's very, very scared. They're not operating on basically any info at all, though Cisno does get one more kill. Jordan taken out. So 2 versus 2 here on Penthouse. Might we see MSC get the first round in 15 attempps?
He used
no,
the
not
lion
15
scan there.
attempts. What am I saying?
He used the lion
9
scan
attempts.
just to help him destroy the barbed wires because he was afraid he was going to get.
That's how scared they are.
Yeah, that's how scared they are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's a kill for Hysterics right now. Cisno, I thought he might take that. And Kyoshi, he takes down Speakeasy. And it's all up to Hysterics, one of the best players that we've ever seen. But Kyoshi, he stands tall. And that's a round for MSC. 9th time lucky for them. MSC, they're not bad shots. They're not a bad team. IG are just better. But if IG are gonna give you kills like a platter, on a platter like that, well then MSC, they have to take it, and they did finally in round number 2 of Coastline.
This is
You
the
said it's gonna be
first.
7-1.
Yeah, this is the first round that was won by any team who did not have a lead the whole day. It was a 7-0 three
no.
times already today, and this is the first time we actually get more than a single point, more than 0 actually, on the opposing side. And so we're okay. This is really looking good, and that's what we're talking about here, Infian. But when you get a bit over too confident, you saw that IG there, they're trying to peek stuff that they didn't necessarily have to, and got brought down to a 2v3, then suddenly 2v2, 1v1 at the end, and when it comes down to 1v1, that's certainly anybody's game, and Kyoshi, he's been feeling it during that round. Now, finally, Invictus Gaming, there should be a small bit of wake-up for them to... Nah, actually, never mind, they don't care. Well, the arts.
They don't care. No, we were talking, like, oh, MSC gotta shake them a little bit, force them to reevaluate their overconfidence. No, they don't care. They don't give
10
a
seconds
damn.
left.
They are going to be just powering through. Sure, they're gonna follow
5
Penthouse. They're like,
seconds
okay, yeah, Penthouse was a little bit too much. Our setup was a little bit too
Attackers
much.
must locate
We
and
peaked
defuse
everything,
a bomb.
like headless chickens, sure, but just have to add like 10% of structure, and we're gonna win this.
Yeah.
So I think that's what they're going back
Just a bit.
into.
I mean, even with that very wacky, I guess, setup they had, and you know, all they're doing, just not even taking it seriously. They still brought it down to a 1v1, and so, as you said, yeah, there's a small bit of structure into this. I think they got this one in the bag. They know, like, okay, so we can't meme around that much, but we can still have some fun with this.
Now, we saw that there was a drone that had eyes on the Rooney or Speakeasy, but the thing is, in the previous round, well, in the first round, I mean, they had very much good information on the Rooney as well. And they lost 3 members to Speakeasy as they pushed in. Custer might be able to make something happen. I think he was already pushing in. X1 takes on Lunar elsewhere. Good start for him as these guys are still pretty much at spawn right now. And Speakeasy still gets 1 kill. Not sure. Oh, yeah. Almost got that kill. Kyoshi takes a little bit more damage, and MSC, they're just stuck outside.
Very mischievous plan here by Invictus to throw on MSC. Cisno is looking down the way here. Actually gets a tag on up, but will not get the down. Custo will be taken down by Joe on that spear in hand from the Thunderbird. Such a deadly weapon to have on the defensive side, honestly. Now, it's down to that 3v4. Still got some time to work with here for the side of Team Myschief, but they don't really have much power positions to play off of. They are not in, you know, sort of a coordinated push, and they're honestly just going to try and peek stuff one by one. But Kyoshi will be taken down, not out, as Hysterics is taken down and out by Damien here. They get him res back up online, and you can see there Invictus Gaming on Speakeasy, just trying to find some way to, you know, maybe pull some aggro off of the site itself, trying to find maybe a pick if he can get the flank here. But for the meantime, oh, that's a great shot here coming from MSC, rather coming from Invictus to get the down, and such a long range angle is so deadly for a player like Joe on that spear with the Thunderbird.
So they have 40 seconds. Alright, and there are 3 members, 2 of them who have been down and revived. Make that 2 members. And they have to push onto the site. They were really just clearing outside of the site, and now they've gone back outside. Literally all the way outside, and they're sending flashbangs in through the kitchen window. Sure, I mean, why not? There's no Wamai, there's no Jaeger. It's gonna work out. And
15 seconds remaining.
but what? Where does it go from there?
Yeah. Flashes, no follow-up on it. I don't know. This is done. This is done. They walk in, they're dead. It's that simple. Unless he finds a lucky wall bang here, and he does, but there's no time. 2 seconds left on the clock. He's dead. Joe will find him, and from the outside, he can't do much. That shall be the second round now for the side of IG, doing really good. And as you said, Infin, just that small bit of structure can be a big problem here for Team Myschief.
Literally, all they had to do was dial back their aggression a teeny tiny bit. You can see when they went 3v3, they're like, okay, we're just gonna wait on the site. And did, and there we go.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, having a bit more of a, I guess, thought about or carefully planned out setup. Actually, not even carefully planned out, just one that makes sense in general is all they needed to do, and it was more than enough for them to get the round. The laser gates proposing a big problem here for Team Myschief, who have yet to find any way to kind of dismantle what Invictus Gaming have been doing when they actually take the round seriously. The Thunderbird has been actually quite good for them, for IG here. This, I guess, theory crafting they might have had with it seems to be panning out, but then again, they are also in a level of competition that they are honestly outclassing the rest of, you know, the other teams, and so will it actually work out once they try that out to Pro League? I think this is decent enough testing waters, though, to see how it could stand up to the test of an actual game.
Now, very interesting decisions on the reinforcements coming out here from IG. Usually you wouldn't see that. I mean, well, it's not like we've not seen it before, but we haven't seen it recently, I guess. That kind of setup, and Luna this time goes for the spawn peak. Kyoshi gets taken out, and I think that's Diffuser dropped on the floor because of that kill as well. The Hibana, who is the only member on MSC who's gone positive so far, by the way. He's down for the count.
1 to 2 on the board as 4v5 off from the spawn peak there on Kyoshi. Last member left remaining last round, and this time the first one to get taken out. So long end quick start.
Drone activated.
Invictus Gaming, well, they're in the driver's seat of this one. They don't honestly have to worry about much. Let Team Myschief walk into their sights and just capitalize in every single facet. We did talk about how, you know, in Coastline, the attacking side isn't too bad, honestly. Like, some teams like to start on the attacking side even, but I don't know, for Invictus Gaming, it doesn't seem like it doesn't even matter which side they start on, which map they're playing on, because it's been a complete one-way show for them.
Well, what can
Bomb
MSC
located
do?
by
They are
acknowledged.
on the favored side. They aren't able to get the picks that they want. Not even when they know it's coming. The fight goes in the favor of Jordan this time. Luna gets the second of the round, and we are just really watching a train wreck in slow motion. Drawn out over 7 to 8 rounds.
Well, there's beauty in that too, I'd like to believe, as now in the 2v5. Okay, Jordan's taking some damage here coming for Damien. He's trying to find his way around. He finds that pick off with an ARX in hand versus Hysterics. Assuming enough, he has the ARX and not the G36, but oh, even with the SMG-11, finds a wallbang there to down him. I don't think Jordan even knows that he downed Damien.
Well, I don't think it really is going to matter either way. It's 4 versus 2, even if he gets rezzed. Right now, Jordan, in fact, is going to go on the hunt. Not sure if he knows the diffuse is dropped. I think he will. Yeah, there we go. He sees it. He's going to send out the smoke grenade. Look at that! IG, all of them, the 4 of them converging on these 2 members. The last one's now stuck inside of Hall of Fame. He can't even make his way out to kind of tuck his tail and run. Joe is going to clean both of them up at the very end. And that is IG going up 3-1.
IG just completely running away with this, starting to look like it for the meantime. I mean, 3-1. Damien has been doing some good work there. Cisno trying to find some things, and Kyoshi did have that one great round from him, but for the most part, you know, it's been like, okay, individual players would step up, but only that player for that round. Maybe it would be Damien's round, maybe it's going to be Cisno's round, or X1's round, but the rest of the team has kind of been lacking a bit, and they've been spawning quite far from each other, honestly. We haven't really seen them spawn near each other too much. It's been quite spread out, quite dissipated, and they've been getting picked off because of that, as they try and even get near to the map itself, try to get near to the site. And now we're going to Blue Bar and Sunrise, which some teams and some players would actually argue is potentially the best site here on Coastline. And so for a team like Invictus Gaming, though, you know, this is a site that it can be really good, but it also requires a lot of setup. But at the same time, Invictus Gaming, they're no slouch in that factor, and they know exactly how that should be played out.
Now, where can we see
10 seconds left.
going? Where can we see MSC try to get a second round, perhaps, on the board?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
What do they need to do? And that's a question I'm sure they're asking themselves, and I'm hoping that, you know, they are able to answer it. But it's hard for us, even as external observers, looking at the erratic way that IG is playing. That's bad enough. Even you know, a fair few top flight teams in Apex South will struggle because this is completely unorthodox. And at some point, you're gonna be like, hang on, you know, what do I do with this setup? What do I do with this defensive lineup? What do I do when I'm pushing in? Where do I take the fights? They're not responding as we've practiced.
You know, a lot of teams are kind of based off of, okay, we've seen this before, we know how it's dealt with, this is what we're going to do, as opposed to, well, Joe finds an opening pick there in Augusta, as opposed to, you know, having an IGL who can actually kind of dissect the situation and be like, okay, this is what they're doing, which means this is what we can do. That's a different skill in and of itself, and I'm not too sure if Team Myschief have it in them to be able to kind of, I guess, inspect this and see like, okay, so this is what they're doing, this is what we can do to try and counteract that. I'm not sure if they have that in them specifically, as Cisno here gets caught out droning by Jordan with a shoddy in hand. Speak easy, gonna find one in X1, and Damon will get that trade on Hysterics for the meantime. It's down to a 2v4, but once again, these 2v4s have not been working out for MSC, but what a flick from Damien to get that pick off on the Joe. Amazing shot from him.
Superb kill from Damien. And look, this is exactly why I think, we expect a little bit more from these guys. They are so good when they want to be. Damien gets a second for the round, even as his teammate of Kyoshi goes down. It's him against two more. He can't get any more, but alright, look, not bad at all. That kind of frag power that we have seen from MSC before, that's what we want to see. And even if it's not successful at the end of the day, still can show it.
Yeah.
Still can try your best. They haven't been meeting their own potential as MSC.
You can see that, they have, the mechanical skill there, MSC. They have lots of potential in them, as you said. But the thing is, I'm not seeing like one concerted effort coming from them. I don't see them like, okay, let's all work as a team to try and take this room specifically, and then let's move on forward to this space. No, it has been maybe, a duo here and then a duo there and then one more guy roaming around wherever the hell he wants to. I haven't really been seeing, that whole kind of one concerned team effort to just do one, I guess, important factor that's in front of them. And at this point, you have to play like that. Especially against a team like IG, who are going to win most fights anyways, most one-to-one gunfights. But Team Myschief, if they play together, they have more than enough mechanical skill to be able to win, 2v1s all the time and trade out if they don't get that opening pick. And one can maybe delay, one can maybe kind of distract and drone on in, and the other can follow up on that. And that's something that we haven't really been seeing too much from them, but that's also to the credit of IG, to be able to fight on multiple fronts so efficiently that it almost seems like for Team Myschief, they probably feel like Invictus are everywhere no matter where they go.
Yeah, that is actually really, not only is it a hallmark of Invictus Gaming, it is the hallmark of any good team here on the defense of Coastline.
Reloading!
I talked about this earlier on. You gotta push and make these attackers uncomfortable to even enter the map. As wherever they take ground, they need to fight for it. You can't allow any of that to be easy for the attackers, because the moment you do, you are surrounded on site. There's nowhere for you to rotate, and you're just stuck in your positions, and then they can use frag grenades, flashbangs, and just take you out. Speaking of frag grenades, no Jaeger, no Wamai still, but no capitalization from MSC. I don't think we've even seen one frag grenade kill or a kill based off a flashbang push.
Okay. That's true, and this drone out. Okay, now Xbot knows where he is. That's more of what we'd like to see. They've taken the luggage control right now, but he knows he cannot pie that corner, because on the other end of it, well, you don't want to go up against a shotgun that close on Lunar. And he finds that frag as expected here on X1 this time, finding a double for himself, and just a complete shutdown by Invictus Gaming, even though Myschief had that information on where Lunar Metal was. It doesn't matter for him. They're bringing out to a 2v5 to speak easy gets Custa.
Well, I mean, I don't even know what you can do at this point for MSC. Really, it's this last round of the half. They are down very much for the count almost. Damien, he's trying his best. He pulled up 290 kills previously. He's going to take down one. That's a good start. ARX small magazine needs to be reloaded, but it hits like a truck. Kyoshi's helping out. Lunar Metal goes down, but Damien, his stand ends near the vase. Flashbang's gonna go out. Kyoshi's gonna push off the back of it. No, he's a little bit hesitant, and that allows the Aruni to get back, but just as she comes out, Hysteric, he gets punished. 1 versus 2 now. Kyoshi, he can make this happen. He was the one who won that first round at the very end for MSC on this map. Can we see a 4-2 half? At least. Oh.
Ooh, okay. What a quick peek there from him, but apparently not. 5-1 it is to end the half. Jeez Louise. He saw him through the small slit in the shield, and that was more than enough for him to land that. Greatly done from IG. I mean, we didn't expect anything less here from one of the best teams in Southeast Asia, and they're definitely proving the case on, how big of a disparity there is. And mind you, Myschief, they're no slouch here in the Operation League. As I said, we saw them last season. We saw them for 2 seasons now here, playing in Operation League. They get to the playoffs and they go decently far, but this just shows you just how big of a skill disparity is between, a ranked team compared to a competitive team like Myschief, and then an actual pro team like IG here. There's a big difference involved, and
Oh, Glass!
Yeah.
We got 2 snipers on the
Attackers
attack.
need to locate and
Okay,
defuse
long
the
range
bombs they
fights.
can.
Oh, I can't wait to see what happens over here. Sorry to cut you off, but
No, you're totally right.
Discover the
Totally right.
location
I
of a
mean,
bomb.
yeah,
just that
it's-
6 stick help me out.
yeah, that's a good sign. A telltale things to come. And for a map like Coastline, where a lot of the sites are kind of influenced by those outside-facing windows, you got big window here, you got hookah window, and you got obviously hookah platform door,
10 seconds
and
left before
going into
insertion.
VIP. This might just work out for them. There's lots
5
of
seconds
lots
left
of sidelines for them to actually take, and it's gonna be very hard to challenge them. Like,
Attackers
what
are
do you
heading out
do
to
against the
defuse a
Cali
bomb.
and the Glass, who are in the very capable hands of players like Invictus Gaming?
Well, Jordan, now he spotted out someone's built, and I do believe that is Kyoshi here instead. Yeah, there you go. He's going to confirm that, yep, it is the Malusi. Not sure if the Malusi is aware, but we are going to see Speakeasy actually take a little bit of damage. Hysterics' OTS takes a little bit of gunshots. You can hear them. And now Luna's going to set up here inside of Ruin. That's going to lock off that rotation very well. He even has eyes if he flicks around on Hookador. So very strong position, and it's going to be hard for MSC to
Attackers
start
have
making
located
any
a bomb.
rotations.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to kind of transition in from the outside of the site to even get back in, because, you know, as a Cali, you got that sideline all the way there into Aqua, just holding this one off, and not to mention the fact that they also have a lot behind that. You can honestly destroy the shield. Lance it himself, but I'm not going to go for that just yet. Gone 6 out here, destroy that. I'm not sure if he actually got it. Nitro Cell does not land, was somewhat close, but not close enough here for Team Myschief to get that opening pick, as X1 was taken down earlier on in the round to just a quarter of his health. Nade will destroy that Evil Eye for the meantime. They have full control of this like luggage and Aqua side, and now they're pretty much primed and ready to maybe flush out and clear out the pool side. Go for a plant here right at
there's
the
going to be a
door,
plant.
just right in front of him, and there's no challenge that they can do because of all the snipers that they've got.
Okay,
There
well,
we go.
Not
Talking
quite
about.
yet. He falls off.
Not yet.
Oh, from below. There is a challenge. C4.
Oh!
It's 3 versus 3. Damien and Kyoshi come up big.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
And Joe's gonna retrieve the diffuser at the very least, but you know, one of those snipers has been taken out. Hysteric's gone. Joe is gonna try and help out. He loves his spear, whether it's an attack or
Bomb
defense, it
diffuser has been
seems.
dropped.
But he's traded out too. Luna's gonna post himself back up, even though there's only 50 seconds left in this round, and really it's gonna put a lot of pressure on Speakeasy. And maybe a little tiny bit of pressure for them to kind of make this round work, where they're kind of getting beaten on merit by MSC. It's not done
Might
yet,
be
though.
enough to do. It might just be enough time
Attackers
for
have recovered their
Myschief
diffuser.
wasted here to really
Yeah.
put that pressure on Invictus. So they drone out the luggage. Both of the players for Myschief on the defensive side are inside the site. They're going to go for the plant. No vertical denial now. They do not have
Oh,
anything
he
to deny
misses!
that aside from the swing here. But the
10
1v1
seconds
has been brought on in. Lunar Metal now is going to have to try and stick the plant or even
Attackers
fish for
recovered
the
the
frag.
diffuser.
He's actually
5
going to go
seconds
for it.
remaining.
He's going to hop on through. And he has the right idea. Lunar Metal finding Damien inside the site, inside Hookah, smoking, flushing him out with the time ticking, and Invictus Gaming bring it to match point.
That is game sense, that is experience at every level of play Luna Metal has played. From when it was Community Cups all the way to 3 times at the 6th Invitational, 1 set of Major, 1 set of Pro League Finals. He knows exactly, he knows where these players are going to be hiding. He knows that at that point, look, it's a 1v1. You know, if I was a defender, and this is what I've experienced before, they're gonna want to be close to hear the plant sound. They're gonna want to be close to rush in and deny the plant if I do go for a plant. So where are they gonna be? They're gonna keep themselves safe. So it's gonna be behind the reinforced wall. That's where I would be as well. And he goes for it, goes for the pre-fire even. He hadn't
Attackers need to
seen
locate and
the
defuse
Jaeger
bombs.
until he was on the fadeaway, and he got that kill right at the very end.
In that situation, and we've seen that happen time and time again, where, you know, 1v1, Player has, less than 10 seconds remaining. Try and go for the plant on the default spot. And where would that last defender be? More often than not, exactly where the Jaeger was there. That's like the most common spot that you're going to play off of, because you're safe enough away behind that reinforcement, but at the same time, you're close enough, to maybe go for the swing if they actually try and stick the plant. And so,
10 seconds remaining.
very, very good heads-up play there coming from Invictus Gaming, coming from him, from Lunar here to recognize that fact. And as you said, just pure experience there, pure game sense to know that he's going to be there pre-firing the angle and somehow finds a head, as well as just sticking barely out behind that hole. Now, once again, though, back up to the second floor, and Invictus Gaming are looking to potentially close this series out at a 14-1.
Let's see whether they're able to do that, though.
Oh,
That is not a good start. Not at all.
that's
With
one
the
way of putting
pistol.
it. Yeah, to a blitz
What is he
too.
doing? Is he like... Is he doing one of those, like, roll the dice. If it lands on 1, you have to crawl your way into the board side.
Potentially, maybe he's
Challenges.
streaming right now, and someone kind of redeemed like crawl only.
Let's
Alright.
see
The
what
Boombot.
happens over here. Boombots! They go in. Jordan is going to try and create some explosions, maybe some tunes. Luna, he's on 10 kills in this map so far. Joe is going to close the gap to him. He's on 9, trying to make it double digits too. Hysterics was the hero, well, not quite the hero, the standout from IG in the previous map. He's not quiet. He's on the blitz. He's like, you know what, I'm done. Time for you guys to carry me. Custa is going to take out Joe, so that is his push for 10 kills ended. 2 versus 4 with half the round left to go. Hysterics makes his way out.
Oh no. Honestly, okay. He brings him down to very low. A single bullet will do him on in. And that's exactly what happens. It's down to a 2v2. 1v2 right now. This time, Custa in the same exact spot that his teammate was in a while ago, that Damien was in. He's going to try and flank on around here. He will be able to isolate the fight, because I believe Lunar is still outside there on the Cali, throwing him out. He is on this smoke, and actually isn't much for him to use here, utilize. Cali's still outside there from Lunar, and Custa, SMG-11 on hand, is going to have to try and take this fight early, because if Jordan and Lunar are able to link up, it might be too difficult to isolate them further on. But Custa's down very low here right now, trapped between a rock and a hard place. Going to have to pull out the miracle at this low HP situation. He's getting wallbang already here inside the hookah rotation. Can he find the pick? Still staying alive for so long, Infian, but they got 30 seconds left remaining on the clock. He's dead.
Definitely
He's
dead now, right? They're going for the shotgun. No, the knife, I mean. But Jordan, Cisno says thank you for the
Cisno.
donation round. It's for pride. It's not a 14-0. It's a 14-1. It was close in these final 2 rounds. IG obviously having some fun. But they'll be moving on to the semifinals, where the winning team, they will play against, I believe they will play against Denova. And the winning team of those 2 will go to the Season 4 of the Operation League. These 2 first quarterfinals games, they were stomps, absolutely. What time is it? It's 6:04. So had it been a 6-0, my prediction of it being a 6 p.m. end to these quarterfinals would have been right.
And I mean, even MSC recognized that one round they won was a bit of a donation.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for them, because they're not a bad team by any means. And if they were the ones going up against Denova, I honestly think Myschief have a good chance of winning that series. But in this case, well, they're going up against IG, one of the best teams we have in the region as a whole. Not just Singapore, not just MYSG, but Southeast Asia in general, and Asian as a whole.
In APAC,
So,
yeah. Exactly.
in APAC as a whole. So there's a lot of them to deal with, but what a game, what a series, what a day we've already had here in Fit. And I think that's going to be all for me for the meantime. I've, 4 maps, 7-0, 7-0, 7-0, 7-1. Quick day for me, but you guys still have a lot more up ahead, as the best of 5 is to come here. We're going to go over to the highlights to see how exactly that turned out. We know how it turns out, but just in case you guys forget, here it is. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Infian. They're going to be taking over the show, back with Land for the grand final. We'll see you guys later in a minute.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude ver el misterio que me acerca. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz colgada tiempo atrás. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Won't fall in love. No es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Te grité con los labios bien cerrados y busqué el momento que can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Don't fall in love. No es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Para ti una luz. Para mí una cruz. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Don't fall in love. No es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough. Colgado tiempo
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back to the final game of the Singapore qualifiers for the R6 Operation League Season 4. I'm Infinity and with me is the one and only Lan, and this is a throwback to back when we casted together in the Pro League with the Invictus Gaming players right on our screen.
Previously known as either Vodafone Giants or Aerowolf. So it is a bit of a throwback. We are looking forward to seeing how these guys perform tonight. Obviously going to be stellar. They're going to bring on all that fantastic international experience and all the great triumphs they had in the last few events. Of course, you would know. But looking forward to just being here, not only just with you, but to see which one of these teams is going to go into the actual Operation League. It's going to be it's obviously skewed towards Invictus Gaming, but having said that, can Denova put up a good fight? The only person I know that can really put up that much of competition is Quarren, but it's always been a little bit, always had a little bit of a disparity to it. What do you think about their current roster? They've both had very strong performances, very convincing, dominating performances.
It's hard to say, right, at this stage, because it went 7-0, 7-0 in the first matchup, and then 7-0, 7-1 in the second. And then, obviously Quarren is a name that was in the Pro League. He actually played alongside Speakeasy back when they were on clickbait tactics before Speakeasy joined this Invictus Gaming roster through its many forms. That was, I think, Season 8 of the Pro League. So it's a long time ago. Now, Denova versus Invictus, this is going to be a tough one to call, but maybe the map vetoes will help us kind of decide. So Invictus, very comfortable going back to Coastline. They played it just now. It's 7-1. Yep. Myschief was thanking them for giving them a charity round on Coastline, not allowing it to be a 14-0. Then after that we have Cafe, picked by Denova, and Clubhouse, a decider. I don't know. I mean, like, short of Bank, as I was discussing with Black and Blue in the middle of the maps just now, there's no map really where you can even try and get an advantage over an IG, because they play everything. They have to play everything. They have to prep for everything.
They have to play everything. Absolutely. And not just maps is that they play, but they also play every operator if they want to.
Yeah.
They want to play shields, they'll play shields. Luna will just pick up any one of them and just show you why he's that good. If you want to play guns, you got Hysterics, you got Speakeasy, you got the rest of the whole team on Invictus Gaming that are ready to send it. So mechanically, can you challenge them? No.
You're Speakeasy, you have Hysterics. You're Speakeasy and Hysterics on the board, and the other day against Knights in Apex South, Jordan was absolutely turning up. I mean, there was one sequence on the final round where he just gets a kill, and then next thing he does, peeks a hatch and then shoots a C4 that comes up, getting tossed from that hatch. So, let's not forget that, Yeah.
No, I was going to say Jordan's really stepped up. He's gone from being in that sub position to really being a major contributor to that team. And that's what it really takes sometimes, just being with the team in general. It's never just about being on that core roster. It's about showing that you have what it takes to stick with the team, keep to that roster, and just show that you've got what it takes to adapt to someone's style and develop yourself over time. And he's showing that. He's a prime example of that mentality. We're going to go into the game now, obviously. Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Used to be the sub, and now he's in the main since Ysera got dropped.
And it's a bit of a change for everyone as well. But the core of the team's still there. The core of the essence of that team and how they develop and play still in their blood and their skin. Flores is going to be taken out there, and we're not going to see any sneaky bomb bots this time around. Followed by another ban onto Ying.
So we haven't seen Cafe from IG today. We saw Clubhouse and Coastline, which is map 2 and 3 specifically in this series. We didn't see Denova play Cafe either earlier on. Did we, Len?
No. We did not see Denova and just
Denova and Pride of Lions.
Yeah, Pride of Lions. We did not see Cafe. We saw Oregon. Yeah. And we also saw oh man, it wasn't very long ago. I've completely forgotten, but it hasn't been it hasn't been too long. Yeah, it happens. But in saying that, we do see Mira and Kait being banned as well. Cafe is a map where we just see we've seen it grow from being a very unpredictable map, a map where everyone's kind of experimenting a lot, but now we have a couple of set strategies that we constantly see with Cafe. It's a bit more concrete now with how it's played, but it's not so rigid in where we only see one way defense or attack is played for every site, right? It's a bit more flexible. You have a couple of options per site that you might choose, and because there's a 3-story building, you have a lot of roaming options or a lot of on-site rush potential. Lunar Metal going with the Lion, and Joe going onto the Finca. Wow. They're really pulling out the CPNR operators here in full force.
Yeah.
You know?
They were having funky operator lineups, as you saw early on against Myschief. Early on though, in the first couple of rounds against Myschief, they actually played reasonable stuff, like stuff that they would normally play in. They didn't play it as disciplined. They were a little bit fast in moves. They were a little bit casual and cavalier. But once they realized, look, Myschief, they're not touching us. They just went full send with the weird operator picks. So it seems like it's going to be a similar start. Speakeasy pretty good on the Twitch, especially back when Twitch used to be in meta. And guess when that was? That was back when he was on the team with Quarren. Back in Season 8, that was really when Twitch was the operator to bring. And
I remember that. He was almost famous for just always picking Quarren. For
yeah,
Twitch.
It was great.
Almost.
It was a great time for Speakeasy with the overpowered F2.
Attackers objective
And
use a bomb.
when the F2 was just unhinged, he would just it was pretty broken at the time, but I mean, I would say much more manageable this time around. Obviously, it requires a little bit more skill, and we said it last week. We'll say it again. The jumping Twitch bot, I love it. What I also love is absolutely sending it with a very, very aggressive push onto the piano windows. Joe already popping the finger boost so that they can peek quite aggressively and get very close onto the windows to get immediate sight onto the location.
You can see Speakeasy, he's already got a boost, and now that jumping Twitch drone, a little bit of a buff coming in, he's trying his best to get it inside, and there we go, it goes in, it bypasses the mute jammer, and then takes it out. So the second one will be free now at this point. The range on these EMPs now, they are unlimited now, so it just needs a little tiny bit of recharge time and they'll be back in action. You can see he's droning up on third floor, and they have full control now.
Pushing out the site, they do look like they're already putting themselves in the entrance of kitchen, getting punished for it. Hysterics getting eliminated quite quickly. Lunar Metal hanging around, waiting for the right opportunity, but now that they've got some callouts, they understand that there is someone hanging around the disconnected new bakery, and they're starting to collapse on this one roamer before it's too late and before they really get bitten in the back. A little bit more though does mean that Joe picks up Rage, and so far it's a fairly even round.
Yeah, so far 4v4 with 1 minute left to go. IG is very close to the bomb site, but they're all pushing very horizontally. There's no vertical play coming out. They've cleared third and second floor. They're not exactly using it though. And there is someone who's upstairs over at the white stairs area. You can see Quarren gets taken out. His former teammate, who else would it really be? Couldn't write it better. And now Luna, Joe, Jordan. Joe specifically going up top, second floor, trying to find that player who's actually dropped down into freezer. So now with 40 seconds left to go, you hear the C4 being prepped. They are a little bit wary of it, but Speakeasy's pushed in from the side of prep room.
Going in now, it does look like there's a
where's the communication?
Speakeasy has a kick, double kill. Very nice, and here we go. All it's down to is highlight. Last member left, picks up one. Diffuser's dropped. Might pick up two, yes, but will be traded back. And there we go, Joe collecting that last kill. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he does get traded out. There we go. Yep. Just wow.
Yeah.
A good try actually. Not a bad round for Denova.
Not at all. I mean, it was close at the end. Reasonably close, as close a 1v4 can be. A little bit of a communication misstep over there. The bandit, he was fighting with Speakeasy as he pushed into prep, but unfortunately did not communicate to Spider Roy, or Spider Roy did not hear him, did not respond. Whatever the case, it looked like it was a communications breakdown. They could have both swarmed him and taken Speakeasy out. Maybe they couldn't. We won't really know for sure, but that player, Spider Roy, getting taken out just gave Lunar Metal the invitation to come into sight through the big double door.
Rage getting taken out as well. I believe, the Mozzie, whoever the Mozzie was last round, getting taken out in the way he did, of course, was quite sad. He was singled out immediately, did get the first kill onto Hysterics, but being traded out the way he did and not having backup to allow him to rotate back onto site was pretty painful, and it really did need some, I suppose, help getting out of there. He was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and he kind of just sat there, to be honest, as they all just pushed onto him one by one.
Attackers must locate
Now
and
let's
defuse the bomb.
see what IG can do on this attack. They are gonna have to deal with a spawn peek. They don't. Spider Roy, our observer catches it just in time. He takes down Lunar Metal. That is a capture off the board. It's going to be a fair bit of issue now for IG to go on and take this bomb site, because now they're not going to be able to get any walls such as into bathroom or the wall into freezer open without much difficulty. They don't have a Twitch board this time, for example.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Honestly, they'll need these free kills and these easy pickups to really even the playing field for them and to secure the round itself.
Bomb located
An upside
by
down
attackers.
grapple and a nice little finger boost is
Wow.
going to be able to secure 1, 2, 3 kills. As Speakeasy goes for a double, does not collect a triple, and gets traded back by Rage. Now, 2v3, it does look like perhaps a couple of grenades might go out. Won't collect anyone this time around, but will definitely give a signal of where some of those operators are and what utilities left in their pockets. A couple of shots go down, and it does look like Blaze catches a little bit of damage, but is still quite healthy. Of course, everyone on Invictus Gaming is very healthy with the Fig to Boost still available. And 3-0, Joe is performing quite well.
Oh yeah, he's having a good time. So is Speakeasy. Speakeasy, he was just having fun, really, In an Apex South match, you'd never peek it as wide as he did. Joe gets his fourth as well, joining Speakeasy. What can Rage do? Well, nothing much. He has to raise at his computer screen because Jordan comes in, swings in, and takes it out on the long range angle. A little too easy for Invictus Gaming over here. They are up 2-0 now, and they're growing into the game on one of their favorite maps.
I think Denova are putting a decent fight. Yet again, I think they need a little bit more backup on their own. They can't stay all on site because then it just makes it too easy for Invictus. They'll be able to storm the location, get in there, and just dominate because they have the finger boost. Like 3 rounds in a row, they have not changed this operator. They don't need the lion anymore. They just need destruction. They need to. Oh no, Luna, don't do that to them.
Well,
Okay.
he did it just now earlier on to Myschief,
I know, but
and I think that was the
he really wants to seal it in now.
Used by attackers.
Oh yeah, they want this to end early, and I think I know the reason. So Speakeasy, he's a Manchester United fan, right, in football.
Oh yeah.
Manchester United plays at 9 p.m. So you do the math, lad. It's 2 hours to that game.
Hey, look. At
One
least we
map
have priorities,
goes to
right?
Maximum. It's 40 minutes, right? And then you add in the breaks. So, you tell me if I'm wrong. Coincidence?
Attackers have discovered the location
Not.
of a bomb. 10 seconds to
To be
insertion.
fair, man, you have a very nice lineup this
5
time
seconds to
around,
insertion.
and
Oh yeah.
I can't blame
Who
him.
doesn't want to watch
Yeah,
Ronaldo?
who doesn't?
Attackers are heading
Right?
out to defuse the
And
bomb.
it's always good to have priorities and to be motivated. Maybe that's what Denova needs. Maybe they just need to be just as motivated to get to something else. Because if it's gonna be Man United as well, they might as well just hand it to Invictus right here and now. Of course, that's not the case. Invictus are gonna be retrieving their drones, relocating. They're not throwing this completely away. Of course, they're playing with good conviction and with fair priority. Rotating up now does look like, yep, there's a couple of things, and someone down low is using melee to open some of the boarding up. And as they rotate quite easily, there is little restriction and little resistance. Oh, will he throw a grenade? Does he know? Does he know where they're pick? Oh, yep, yeah, they know. They have the pings. Through the drone
there we
hole.
go. He sees the
through
feet
the
after he
heel.
doesn't even bother with
Oh.
the frag grenade initially. He's gonna send it out now? No. Is he? No.
Yes.
What?
Send it now. Come on,
Prepping.
dude.
Is it late?
Oh, he's still there.
Nope.
He's still
There
there.
you
He
go.
gets it. Highlight goes there.
Why?
He gets taken out, and wow. Okay. After a lot of deliberation, you know, most people will just left as soon as he got shot in the feet. But no, not him. Not highlight. Spider-Roy gets taken out by Hysterics as well, and now the L885 will be helping the Montagne rotate through the piano room all the way down to Whitehall.
Attackers recovered the fuse.
Now 2 versus 5 over here. It's just after Quarren and Rage. Quarren that first round was taken out by his teammate. Now he's gonna he's gonna feel the pain with the Montaigne. And here's the unshielding. Takes Luna's health down pretty low, but Speakeasy's actually getting the diffuser down. Rage and Quarren have no idea what's going on. Quarren does trade on to Joe. So it's not all lost just yet, but 37 seconds really make it 30. Jordan takes down Rage. Can't even get a kill. The Quarren final 2 kills go to Jordan. And it is 3-0 lead for Invictus game.
Very clean performance so far from Invictus. Not only are they showing that they're obviously a team to be reckoned with, but they're also showing that they really know each other. They're playing around each other's operators and their styles, and they're giving each other a lot of good spacing. If you looked at the last few seconds where Jordan shot right past the Monty, and essentially Lunar doesn't move. He knows when he's firing, and he knows what the line of sight is, and he knows his positioning right down to a T. Understands that if he moves forward, he'll die, but he holds that line of sight, and it gives his teammate enough cover. So just in case Quarren turns around and he throws a spray, does a 360, he'll still be able to bolster a lot of the shots with the shield. Very, very succinct teamwork.
Really, really well played from Invictus, and I mean, we're talking about this like it's not a surprise. If they weren't doing this, there would likely be a lot of reasons, but you know, as long as they're in control, I don't think anything that they do is unexpected or really that much of a surprise. The question now, Lion, is what I was asking of Myschief earlier on. What can they do to give IG a challenge? Is there even anything that they can do? Because Luna's here, he's picked up the Amaru. Joe's on the Thinker still, and they are clearly beginning to let loose a little bit.
I think something we've always mentioned before is that whenever we see very high-level teams or high-ranking players try to compete with anyone else that's trying to match them, they will win because they understand the game so much better. But when you see high-ranking players take on teams that do not try to adhere to meta-structured plays or rules that just absolutely send it, then they cannot, they struggle to cope with that because they're overthinking everything. If Invictus are thinking about how to play this map very well, perhaps Denova need to stop thinking and absolutely send it. That first opening kill that we saw in the second round with the spawn peak, more of those. Running out, catching these guys on rotations, they're not expecting to. Perhaps that is the solution Denova are missing.
Well, Denova needs to explode like a Nova to try and push IG back, because despite IG being on the less favored attack and significantly less favored, might I add, they are very much in control of everything. Look at that, Joe gets the first pick up onto Rage, and I think, you know, the early spawn peak that we saw Spider-Roy get on Luna might be the only early pick that they will get for Denova's side. You can see Luna just sweeps in as well on the Amaru, gets one kill for himself. Quarren's up here in Cocktail Lounge behind the minibar. Joe is gonna get taken out. They didn't realize he was there. Luna trades him back. That's the thing about IG, even when they're not really focused, even when they're not really trying, they're so good at making the trades happen.
Speakeasy now trying to dismantle some of the soft barricading and soft flooring, soft textures on the site. just to give himself a little bit more advantage. But as Highlight rotates through, notices one, might not notice the second, picks one up and brings it down to a 1v1. This is very winnable for him as he throws out the Toxic Babes. Puts Speakeasy in a bit of a hard position, but he has the advantage. Sees him through the line of sight, made through 2 walls, through a second room, takes him out in very clean fashion. Wow, that pre-fire, look at that.
Speakeasy's
What a
game
great
sense,
prediction.
super solid, and you know, we talk about game sense though actually might really have been just a pre-placed drone. IG plays at the top of the top level, and you know the fact that they will have pre-placed drones that teams like Denova are probably not used to dealing with, it will not surprise me one bit. And the thing about pre-placed drones is you can kind of break it out when you are, even when you're playing in like leagues like the Operation League, because you're not really gonna give away your drone positioning with that. It's really unlikely, so you can utilize that and just make things easier for yourself. Even if you're hiding strats, by the way. That's what I meant.
Many bombs as they can.
So now moving back to reading for a second try, perhaps. Perhaps they might get lucky this time. They had a pretty good round compared to all the other rounds then. Adjusting maybe this time around could be maybe the first win for them. I don't think Invictus are going to give them any discounts this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Once again, Luna sticking with the Amaru pick. I think he expected third floor or second floor bomb site to be repeated. Either way, it's going to allow him to get up onto the third floor very fast, very easily, and take control of it. Because we do have Quarren sticking on that third floor, even some barbed wire being put down there.
Yeah, a little bit more attention to the top floor is going to be instrumental in stalling out that round just a little bit longer, provided that Invictus Gaming don't go straight onto the second floor through the windows. They're all on the rappel right now. Jackal on site is pushing in. Does notice that there's one member. He's not going to scan anyone just yet. Sees him, collects the kill through the soft flooring and the blind fire. Speakeasy making it look too simple for the rest of the competition. Joe picking up 1 kill of his own onto Quarren, and there we go. Their ace in the hole has been eliminated. DNV now struggle against another double kill going down to Speakeasy, and as the last 2 members of Denova trying to make it back onto site to try to defend it, they are being collapsed on by an extremely healthy Invictus Gaming. I take that back, one of them's dead.
Well, yeah, Invictus actually hasn't been winning rounds flawlessly. It's all been near flawless, and it's always been in control. And this is, I guess, the biggest proof that Invictus Gaming is not taking it seriously out of anything else. If they wanted to, you know, they really could go flawless every single round. But they are, you know, they're chill. They're not pushing too hard. They're not burning themselves out. They're treating this as a team of their caliber would. But the thing is, at the same time, they're still able to keep their fundamentals in check. And I think, and you as a former Pro League coach would definitely agree with me on this. You know, you can let your foot off the gas a little bit, but keep your fundamentals solid. Trade out the kills, you know, just nail your shots. Take them, the gunfights with confidence, etc., etc.
Oh, 100%. You never want to forget those things, no matter what you do. You can try all the zany combinations you want. You can try all the different operator picks, go for very off-meta strategies, because, of course, Rainbow Six is a title where it's less of a shooter and more of a MOBA. And that's what the developers have always said. It's more of a team-based hero pick strategy game that involves shooting as a bread and butter. In saying that, never forget your basics, and that will carry you past this game, past this current league, into the future, so that no matter what you do, you're always consistent and you're always going to win, because that's core.
Now, Korean, he's not at full HP anymore. I think, he might have taken a stray bullet through the wall or something. An early engagement, maybe. Although unlikely he'll lose that little HP.
Maybe an impact grenade.
That,
quite near him.
That's true. Spider-Roy, you can see he's down to 1 impact grenade. Might have been that. But either way, you don't need to give Invictus Gaming more more advantages than they already have. You can see Blaze, he goes down to Speakeasy. He's on his Jackal this time. He's 8-1 so far in these 6 rounds, and the 6th is still underway. Luna Stridic is gonna drop and push in brazenly. They have drones for sure, I bet, but they are not fearful of anything at all. Rage retreats back onto
Look at this guy,
Speakeasy,
he's
so
just sitting there.
menacingly,
geez.
yeah. That's
Menacingly just sitting there. It's like a scene out of SpongeBob. But you know
That's
what,
right.
though? The fact that he's pushed in already has forced the defense to use Toxic Babes. They've already popped one. It's like that was 2 minutes. That was 1 minute into the round. They had 2 minutes left, and they're popping literally your last line of defense. That's not a good start to this game. They're throwing it onto the side now. Oh, a free kill right through the wall. Highlight getting absolutely eliminated just because the top of his dome was revealed through the debris.
so. I think. Oh, Spider-Boy. Oh, to 1 HP. He's on the stairs. Is the Malusi now? Luna's gonna help him get taken down. Jordan and Hysterics, they join in the action. Rage's coming back on the flank. They know his position already if they didn't before. As he pre-fires and gives it away. C4 gets tossed out. It's not gonna get anything. Absolutely not. One in Freezer, one looping around. There's the Monty, and Hysterics takes his head clean off. It's gonna be another round win for Invictus, and I'm losing count. What is that, 5-0?
Pretty much it is.
Wow, it's the half. We're on match point.
We are on match point already. Such a swift series. They just can't wait to go and watch Ronaldo himself. And in the same fashion, they are scoring like crazy at this point.
Kill after
And
kill.
okay, Spider-Roy in likeness, just throwing it back like, hey, you know what? If we're gonna lose like this, I'm gonna pick Montagna right now. There is nothing to lose at this point. Why don't we see the blitz? Why don't we see more of that strategy? The only thing, like, I have nothing against a 3 shield, 4 shield, 5 shield composition. Right?
Defenders protect
I
your
have
bomb
nothing
from
against
being
that.
Why not?
by-
Only if you actually play it properly. Have some
Now-
kind of strategy and semblance to some kind of like structure to it.
Yeah.
Last time we saw that, it was kind of just a full send and it didn't work out for the 6S teams. But this time around,
Oh, good.
this time around it
Mind
could
that.
be a thing. Hey, we're gonna see
Yeah,
one
that was
of
a
them,
half. It was a half-hearted send. Come on, man. Like, you gotta commit.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that AA-12 hurting my ears even at this range. Jordan's brought the AA-12 instead of the older. I thought it was Joe who might have brought it, and I was like,
5
okay,
seconds remaining.
you're gonna trade out the MX4 Storm. Okay, that's something I can see, but
Attackers are
the
heading out to
IG
use a bomb.
doesn't care. Not at all.
No, but hey, it's not about caring at this point. It's about getting efficiently done. And I suppose if Joe knows how to play with the shotgun, it is gonna work. He just needs to place himself in locations and in sites where he has an advantage with it. It can destroy whole teams. It can. It's just very situational. It is so situational that if they are one room or even on the other side of the room, he is not gonna win. He needs to be in their face, and he needs to have baited them out with the alibi holograms.
Now, Blaze is still looking for his first kill right now in this map. Hopefully he's gonna get it before it's over. Warren goes down, and the confetti explodes on the roof. As you can see, the attack is pushing in. Spider-Roy. No! Oh no!
Oh.
He follows. I forgot who it was. Someone else did it earlier on, and I think in VR6. Nice shot and thank you. All by himself, and they gets a second. On to highlight. Oh, this is
I can't believe he
Speakeasy's
didn't see
world,
him there.
and we're all living in it. He did. He just missed it at the wrong moment.
A
Speakeasy
three.
with a third. He's going for an ace. No, Rage is gonna shut him down.
No, that was Hysterics.
Oh wait,
Hysterics
yeah,
went down.
sorry, that
Speakeasy's
was
still going.
Oh, this
Speakeasy
is
can
happening.
still very well
Here he
take an
comes.
entire ace here. Oh no, with
Frag
the raid
grenade,
coming
that's
out as
gonna
well.
Problem. Luna gets taken out. 2 versus 3. He's still on for the ace. He might have
But
to get
still
it.
not
Four
Speakeasy with a
kills.
4K! Let's go, Martin,
Oh,
let's
goodness. It's all
Alright,
up
we
to
got
Rage
the
now,
one-man
Speakeasy.
army himself.
Defender is
Speakeasy
exposed.
does
He's
go
going
up,
all the way
gets the
outside.
He's baiting them away from
Oh.
the site, and he's like, hey, challenge me, take me now. Sees
Oh,
the
he
top
sees
of
him.
his dome. Might
No.
have taken, no, he will be taken down for a triple kill going down
No
to
way.
Rage, leaving Jordan and Joe all alone. But it's quite
God,
easy for
that
you to collect that with a
eight.
shock. Hey, look, I told you he's gonna get it. I told you he was gonna get it.
It's so loud! It's so loud! Bang, bang, bang. I'm gonna hear it in my sleep, that sound. And so will Denova because they have been smacked 7-0. good half. Hysterics is the only... Okay, well...
It's sportsmanship after all, and surely
Yeah,
they gave
after
them their
Speakeasy
best
hits
shot.
them with a nice shot, TY himself. Yeah.
Hey, at least they know how to have fun, and it shows that both
Oh, yeah.
teams are in good spirits and respectful of one another.
Well...
A very dominating 7-0 coming out
what
from
is that to
Invictus
say,
Gaming,
really?
of
I
course.
mean, I think our role as casters, Lan, in this match is just gonna become like, okay, we have to demonstrate what makes, what is the difference between a good regional team, a tier 3 team, and one of the best tier 1 teams in the world, right? Like top 16,
Yeah.
top 20 in the world, right? We would classify IG. So, well, I mean, I think that's all we
It's
can
worlds
do
apart
at this point. Yeah.
If it was a challenger
we'll be
team,
expecting. Sorry.
oh,
continue.
absolutely 100%. No, yeah. Sorry for everyone that doesn't know. There is actually a little bit of a delay between me and Infian, so
Yeah.
if we overlap with one another, it is because we're trying to find our time to speak. But in saying that, I think if they were against anyone else from another region in a tier 2 team, tier 2 teams would still be able to put up a good fight. I still think Invictus would be taking those games just because they have demonstrated in the recent tournaments and the recent majors that they are world class. But at the same time, having them come back to this region with that level of experience and with that invaluable knowledge to not only just showcase once they reach Operation League, but also for the other teams to experience, learn, and perhaps they might go into scrims, and some of the teams might be able to learn from them. That's going to be invaluable for the region as a whole. And so, if they can help the entire region elevate themselves, elevate the entire region, they can also themselves level up and also improve. So we can only hope good things come from them bringing that meta and all that knowledge back to SCA. But in saying that, we'll be coming back to our next match between Denova and Invictus Gaming after a short break. Infian and I will be here. We hope you guys will be too. Catch you guys in a bit.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of this matchup between Denova and the one and only Invictus Gaming. Well, Lan, we saw a 7-0 once again for the fourth time on the day. And the only other time we didn't was a 7-1. So, it's been a fast day.
And you know what? Now we are going to go to Coastline. A map where we just don't want to take Invictus 2, but we will be going there anyway because they got to pick it. It is a map where they are very dominant, very confident, very scary, and have had some amazing success. Just either internationally, locally, it doesn't matter. They are good on Coastline. It is their map. So we're going to go there. We're going to see them maybe probably take this as a 2-0 unless Denova can bring it together and find a few rounds. At least take a couple of rounds for, I know, content. I don't know what it is, but if anything, pride and
Charity.
experience.
Charity from IG, that's what it would be if they allow anything to slip, because we all know, I know, and Denova knows that any rounds that they get would just be more like IG just allowing them to have it, and IG kind of overextending. We saw that on Coastline earlier on, that was against the Myschief team, and Invictus Gaming might be overextended again, because it is pretty easy to do that on Coastline. It is a frag-heavy map. You don't really need to set up that well. Just go push for it, go for the trades, and you can be taken down by a couple of good clutches here and there.
We're probably not going to go to Clubhouse, in all honesty.
Yeah.
But I will say this. If Denova need to do anything, they need to take it to them. And like I said last time, they need to start going absolutely crazy and just dish it back. Give them the same power and confidence that Invictus have already. And to be honest, if you're going to run out on any map, Coastline is a map you can run out on. If they are starting defense, this is the best shot they have.
Now, Denova on defense on Coastline, I don't know if that is the best thing for them right now, because this is a map that's seen as attacker-sided. So we'll see whether they'll be able to have any impact. We didn't really see that many. Well, you only saw 2 defensive rounds on Coastline from Myschief earlier on. So maybe Denova can show us something different. And what you usually like to do on Coastline is make those attackers uncomfortable. Don't give them the room to enter into the map very easily. IG did it very well. Can Denova do it now?
They're going to go up against the Lion. That's what they'll have to deal with, along with a Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi is going to be able to just lock them in place layer after layer, right after or before Lunar Meadow pops in the EE1D. And that's going to make it very hard for them to rotate, stay in defense, and even just retain that element of surprise that they're going to need. Especially if they pop that early before they enter the building or get near sight, it's going to cause a lot of problems for Denova. Corrin picking up the Frost is going to be pretty great, just because we've seen Frost Mats pull off unspeakable and unpredicted
10 seconds left before insertion.
down but not outs. Just clamp up some unexpected pros in either the highest levels or even the lowest. Just constantly a surprising operator that is constantly inconsistently surprising.
Now Speakeasy moving on. He's trying his level best to break double digits on every single map. And I believe the reason is because he wants to catch Ronaldo play again in an hour and 20 minutes. Now, each map in Rainbow Six usually only takes 40 minutes if you go speedrun it with a 7-0. So we might be on course for him to get there with time to spare. But either way, these guys are really relaxed just now. In between the break of the maps, IG were tweeting about their fellow Apex team. And wow, they just burst in right now. Speakeasy gets 2 for himself. Double kill on the Amaru this time. And the diffuser is down on the floor. And Denova don't know what's going on.
Talking about sending it, they are being so aggressive right now. Every single flashbang, every single piece of utility is being used. And as they push onto site with 30 seconds left on the clock, Denova are stuck between really hard decisions and really tight angles. One member down left, and it's like a highlight picking up 1 kill and perhaps maybe another 2. No, Joe collects it with the DMR and secures the first round in very, very, would I say convincing fashion? Absolutely. Would I say it was very kind
it's
of them?
It's more than
or,
convincing.
Yep, just dominating, outstanding, expected. So many ways I could describe this round. Of course, I just want to reiterate that this is a qualifier round for anyone trying to enter OPL. There are some teams that already are there, that are still competing, as they already have their place in that league. Most of these teams are just fighting for spots. And it's just unfortunate that, you know, like Invictus decided, hey, you know what, we'll just play in our regional one this time. We're not going to play just in the big Apex stuff. So, I mean, it's great. It does give this region a little bit more competition, perhaps a couple more eyeballs onto the scene. But in saying that, tough luck to everyone in Singapore.
Well, IG starting off well. That is the 8th round in a row. Earlier on against Myschief, Myschief took 9 rounds to get around win. Might Denova do the same over here? We'll have to wait and find out. Denova is on the defense, however, so not the best of chances. Interesting thing I noticed earlier on also was Hysterics. He brought the M762 on the Zofia. Now, most Zofia players, including Hysterics in Apex South, at least if my memory serves me right, they have dumped the M762 for the LMGE instead, because it's a lot easier to control the recoil rather than the unpredictable assault rifle.
LMGs are underrated. They still are, in my opinion. Yeah, they're clunkier and slower, but a lot of them are manageable, have some very good damage, and of course the extended magazine is always going to be very favorable.
That's a lot of damage.
Luna Middle and Speakeasy collecting a lot of kills very fast, leaving 3 members left on the board. Spider-Roy, Quarren, and Highlight, of course, will be the last ones on site, or even at least near it. Banshees are all down. There are only 3 toxic babes left. And wow, okay, Quarren picking up a nice kill onto Lunar. Something that we didn't expect, but there goes your Twitch player. And so, perhaps Quarren might be able to make something happen with the African Queen.
Now Joe very brazenly pushing down the hall. He takes down the smoke of Highlight, and that's all too easy for him. 2 versus 4 it is. The defenders have put on the pump right now. 1 gets down, Joe gets another for himself. Speakeasy closes it out. IG are absolutely speedrunning this, and we're seeing the gulf in quality between these 2 teams. The way that IG takes this fight, you can see they have very good pre-placed drones, and they have very good information on what Denova is doing. And that information stays fresh in the case of Denova, because Denova doesn't really have the experience to adapt and change things up, to shake things up, to be unpredictable enough that IG needs to kind of dial it back and take a little bit of a breather and figure out what they want to do. IG are just simply right now executing dry runs.
No cap.
I mean,
shot.
The fuse has been changed.
They are bringing.
So.
I mean, but they're bringing Nook.
To be fair,
they're
okay,
sending.
But you laugh, but Hysterics was playing the Nook unseriously, and they won against Knights on Thursday. So don't knock the Nook. Not yet.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, like, that's the confidence they have, you know, like.
Oh yeah.
Nook is a very niche operator that works into some great success. Similar to Vigil, is a very selfish operator that can dupe an entire team if played properly. Can work to some very great success, but in saying that, selfish in the respect where all utility is about keeping that one operator alive, and if they go down, the entire team doesn't get anything out of it. None of that utility was contributing to a site take, doesn't contribute to any site deconstruction and or utility disablement, right? Can he make it work? Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think so. Luna already picking up a nice kill on the Spider-Roy. Does mean that Thunderbird is off the board, but surely a lot of the medic stations were already pre-placed. Joe clicking another kill onto the Sins does mean that Mozzie is out, but yet again, another operator with a lot of pre-placed utility. But one by one, everyone, including the Legion, are being taken out, and it's all down to Quarren, all alone.
I see you lurking.
Jordan's getting the fan down. This round's over. Once again, Quarren doesn't allow it to be flawless, so at least, you know, there's something that he can take back. Luna with the pistol. I think another pistol was also out and firing towards him. Jackal pinged as well. I mean, why not? What else can you really do? So right now, you know, Denova, they don't know what to do. They have not played. Clearly, it's very obvious to see they've never even practiced at this level before. IG are just running dry runs. They're running very basic strats that might be, outdated by a meta or two. And yet that's enough for Denova, for a team at the level of Denova. So they're probably very happy with what they're doing, IG. They're able to confidently and quickly take rounds. They are not giving away too much because everything that they're showing is pretty useless to any team in Apex out there's going to be watching them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Keeping the kitchen sight this time around as well. They are confident that, you know what, last round was a fluke. There's no way they can take us that quickly. Surely. Nook didn't really contribute too much to that round, but definitely did.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
Didn't necessarily perform badly either. Foreign, of course, did what was best and for himself.
Bomb located
But
by attackers.
I'm just wondering
10
how
seconds to
well this is
insertion.
going to play out for him.
5 seconds remaining.
Goyo is going to be a pretty interesting pick this time around, just because Goyo can actually deny a lot of area and a lot of time on the site. So perhaps maybe we'll see them last longer than a minute. Which is really condescending to say.
That's what she said. Perhaps we'll see them last longer than a minute. Oof.
Oh. Oof.
Yeah.
Well, hey. If anything,
I know Luna's girlfriend is in the chat, so I hope she's not saying that. Sorry, Luna. I mean,
Oh, you're really
I'm
having
praising
it
you
now,
and
right?
your team
Look.
for the whole game, right? I gotta
look,
take some.
IG just can't always win, right? You have to dump,
Yeah, exactly.
You have to like
You can't
knock them
always win.
somehow. Yeah, you can't win the game and then also all the praise of the casters. There's no way that works. Sorry.
Well,
All
we are
things
looking
must
at
come to
Luna.
some kind of balance.
Corin, he gets down. I think that's a frag grenade. Traded out though. Where Joe gets one more. Trades come back. Spider-Roy. Rage. And
okay.
that's the first man-caught advantage
Attackers recovered the
in
bomb.
this map for Denova. Luna's actually inside of the bomb site.
Ooh.
You can see he knows exactly where one of the players is. I'm not sure why he's not gotten flanked. Just yet, he's alone in the site. Speakeasy's way off. He's not even close. Speakeasy's... I thought he's gonna fuse his teammate. But okay, not quite. Speakeasy's very close to the doorway. He's gonna take... What? No! Rage is gonna win that gunfight, and it's all Speakeasy. He's got his
don't do that to
fuse
him.
charges. This is gonna be fun. Oh, this is gonna be real fun. He's got 4 charges to go. 3 now. Placed another one down. C4 goes up. The fuse charge is destroyed! Rage! Oh, that is 1 round. IG once again playing with fire a little bit too much. And you can hear the celebratory gunshots and Rage. Oh, he hits Speakeasy
Nice
back
shot.
with the nice shot TY. And why not? I think that was an excellent shot based on the sound cue of the finger charge. Beautifully done. And once again, Coastline will not be a 7-0 for IG.
Oh, I'm living for it, dude. Okay, look, the fuse meme, absolutely worth it. Did it succeed? No. Was it worth? Was it successful in, I suppose, like wasting a lot of time? Yes, but wow, he was 16 seconds off. That is That is sad. He could have maybe even put it just like in the corner of the room and it will
Attackers
still
need to
like
locate
make them
and
run.
defuse as many bombs
But
as they can.
man, that is I love that they are in good spirits. I love that they are still bantering with each other and keeping a lot of respect for one another. But now that we move up into aquarium, billiards
Bomb
and
located by
hookah,
attackers.
it is definitely a new light for us here. Denova not only just winning a man count advantage, but also winning the round is something that we haven't seen happen for Invictus in this region for quite a while.
5 seconds to insertion.
Now, Invictus Gaming, obviously, they know they pushed
Attackers
too
are moving
far.
to
They
defuse
knew
the
that.
bomb.
They're not really going to be bothered by it. They're going to be like, alright, we tried, boys. We found the limit. We can play around, can screw around a fair bit. We can't do it too much. Although, you know, their definition of too much is way beyond what it is for most teams. Especially here in the Operation League. Jordan, my god, what a... Is that the Supernova silenced?
Yep, that is the new Supernova silence. Yep.
Oh,
that is exactly
look
what
at
that
the
is.
size of that thing.
Oh, it is absolutely impeccable. It is a beautiful silencer. It gives you away.
And that's
it
also
is
what she said.
comparative to... Oh gosh. You know, but it's also compensating for the... Oh my gosh! Joe! What is happening? With a very confident, immediate, and very swift peek, they do collect a nice kill from across 2 rooms. And there goes your Jaeger. No, your Malusi. Right off the board immediately. Banshee's already down though and stopping a lot of immediate entry. Gray goes out, doesn't collect one, but the shotgun from Speakeasy collects 1, 2! And perhaps the pistol might collect 3 as he rotates through a juggle around the corners. Oh my gosh, leaving Highlight all alone downstairs to try to push it onto site. Perhaps he picks 1, but no, Jordan with the 3. No, sorry, that wasn't another kill for him, but that was a silent Supernova. Shotguns for the attack, and they collect it because they know they're playing close range. They know you're not playing long down halls. They know they're playing around the staircase in the same room, and they know how to manage that. This is what I mean. This is what we both spoke about, keeping your fundamentals, right? They know how to play with this Mimi build. They say like, okay, we're gonna pick like big shotguns. I'm gonna silence it just for the memes and the jokes. But they still know how to make that work. They're not just like trying to play long angles with shotguns just to make it hard for themselves. They understand that if they play shotguns, okay, we have to play in this fashion because we've decided to give ourselves that kind of handicap. And they still keep that. They still win these rounds because their fundamentals are in check. What is the effective range of this gun before drop-off hits? What is the effective damage? And what are the frames I need to juggle with in leaning left and right with reloading, firing, and also crouching to get these shots proper.
Now, 4-1 up for IG. This is the last round of the attacking half. They've clearly reaped the benefits of having a lot more experience, even on this newly reworked coastline. Speaking of the reworks, you can see the metal bars. They have been taken away here on that second floor. You can see, and you know, it's 4 little squarish holes that you can vault through. You can barricade even now. The site has also changed over on kitchen and service. You have to push in quite deeper into service. The plant, as we saw Luna try it earlier. But now Luna, he's on the blitz. Now he loves his shield operators. We've seen him play shields a lot more times, including the blitz in the past. Hysterics will start off though. Sins goes down.
And the Bearing 9 collects 1. Despite its changes, it is still very effective. Oh! Had the headshot, but does not click. Jordan with a late reaction gets punished for it and gets eliminated. They do have the Rooney Gate now down, and the Rooney Gate does allow the Monty to make a very swift push through as Luna Metal follows up with another shield. But there we go. They collect those kills, they move in quite convincingly, and they take another round. Pushing on the side very, very aggressively.
You know, if you're watching this match and you zone out, right? You zone out for like 20 seconds and then you look back like, oh shit, the round's over.
Oh no.
That's what it's gonna be like. Like you turn around, you're like, wait, what? It's the last kill? Damn. It's like, you know, those memes when you're in class and you zone out for like 2 minutes and then like the teacher's written like the equation to life on the board from 2 + 2 starting off. Now that's kind of what it feels like right now. Just fast and furious, absolutely blazingly quick.
This was bound to happen.
True,
you know, like
but,
we're in a qualifier. This is
yeah.
We're gonna have to watch like the best team in the region come through, clean up house, and just remind everyone, you know, I'm still king of the hill. But I suppose the real question Infin, do you think they can keep this up during Operation League? Go.
Oh,
I mean,
for
when I say
sure.
that, I mean go like fairly flawless. Go fairly flawless.
Definitely. It's really a decision that IG really has to make, and everything's in their hands. So like, how much do they want to try when they have to? They can step up. They are like driving around in first gear right now, and they have like 6 or 7 gears to play with, right? They play at top gear when they're in the Apex South, when they're internationally at majors and SI. Right now, this qualifiers might be first gear for them. They're kind of seeing where they can go. They will step up gears whenever they need to. You can see Speakeasy's on the Tachanka. Was trying a spawn peek, didn't quite come off. But that just goes to show the level of confidence that they have, and they know exactly what to do. Even teams like Insane, I would say, if IG decides to go full send and really break out what they can do at the highest level, even Insane won't stand a chance.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
They're gonna have to keep playing at a pretty decent level before they get rusty or even dull their own senses. As Sterx gets taken out there on that defense, we do see a 4-4 scoreline. Oh,
Very
another man
good.
advantage for Denova. As they
Very
move
good.
through, they do actually still retain that rage. Very, very low. Does have some I suppose some use for his team still. Corin, of course, has the bomb bot. We do have drones galore as everyone rolls through and as they try to find some opening in order to push on to Hookah.
Very good. Very, very, very good. That was really going to be my next talking point over here in this map. I was going to say, like, look, IG's clearly not trying pretty much anything, so why isn't DNV able to punish them? It's not like, Denova doesn't know how to do it. It's just that I don't know whether they're getting cowed, whether they're a little bit, scared. But yeah, we have a problem with the feed coming in. I hope you guys heard what I was talking about. I think that round might be played out. We don't know whether it was a server freeze because we did hear the sound of the guns firing. I think it's just an observer. I think we'll be heading right back into it.
I think it was just an observer thing, unfortunately, like a little bit of a bug. But the round has progressed, and Rage is back up. Spider-Roy is alive, but Corin no longer is. Speakeasy!
Speakeasy again!
Himself gets punished from rotating out that far, but does collect one at the top of the roof, leaving very low, very unhealthy Rage to beat and pant his way all the way back onto site and try to take this from Jordan. Very healthy, very aggressive, and has a lot of ammo left in his pocket as compared to Rage with only 26 rounds left available. The C4 goes out, he rotates past that, they see each other, but nope. Spraying through the wall, Jordan collects it quite easily, and okay, I will say this, Rage could have collected that if he landed the shots, but he didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It is a game where essentially one bullet to the head takes out a kill, and that means that he could have won that. He could definitely win that no matter what health he's on. Of course, if you're going to run in like that and play it the way you did, you're not going to stand a chance. But what can you do in that situation other than really just try to take that fight as best as you can, right? 1-6 right now of Invictus Gaming, still the kings of the hill, and the very much the apex predators of this region. Jordan perhaps bringing in the big man himself.
Now, well, let's see.
Here we go, Oryx.
What IG can do. I just wanted to give Denova a little bit of praise over in that round. So, before we got kind of sidelined with the observer freeze. The fact that Denova finally, they haven't really been taking advantage of the way that IG has given them room to maneuver and stuff. It's hard, obviously, against someone who's playing so unorthodox. But regardless, the gaps that IG has been leaving in their defenses and their attacks even haven't really been capitalized neither by Myschief nor by Denova. And that round was, at least at the start, a good example of Denova capitalizing for one of the first few times. They pinched Hysterics really well over in pitch, and they went through the window, they came through the door. I think there's one more coming in through the front door, Lamborghini doorway as well. And then, they traded the kills out so that they were left with a 3 versus 2. Of course, after that, the last two players played a lot more seriously.
Oh!
But yeah.
Unfortunate.
You can see.
He almost had that. Rotated off just quickly, and it does look like they are going to have to just play it a little differently now. Being as aggressive as they are, though, they want to end this out. They know they only need one round in order to stop this and to call it a night. Taking all the advantages and all the opportunities they can. The Nova are doing their best to stop this, but Highlight already takes a chunk of damage as a quarter of his health as just deleted. And Sins, where did that health go?
Well, I'm not too sure, but you can see
Oh, dude.
Corin, he spots one behind the counter. That is Hysterix' favorite spot, even in Apex South. And no surprises, he's there again on the Thunderbird, giving himself, something even better than Doc in that scenario. And he takes a kill onto Corin.
He saw him through the brush, and he definitely saw some pixels move, but he didn't react to any of it. Had the shot available, neglected it, and now he pays the price. Highlight, of course, doing a little bit of drone work for his teammates as he rotates on the site, but Spider-Roy already trying to do all that by himself, might just get taken out by a shotgun from down below. There we go. And
Easy with the shotgun.
As I say that.
Yep. As you say that. He takes down one more, that is Sins finished off. You can see Rage, he's identified one player, that is, I believe, the Thunderbird, but Hysterix, look, he's probably one of, if not the best players in APAC. Just rivaled by Speakeasy, who's his teammate, So right now there's absolutely running amok. Spider-Roy on 1 HP and Dream. Highlight, not much left. And this should be over very, very soon. We have 50 seconds left in this round. Speakeasy and Highlight trade.
Spider-Roy has all the odds against him. 1v3 right now. He'll need a miracle and nothing short of it in order to pull this off. Luna Metal's going for the peak with the SMG-11, but will he make that work for him? Shotgun goes out. Might just collect Spider-Roy with a spray, one of the spray shots. But does look like he quick peeks and doesn't actually see him, recognize him. But there we go. Finally collects that with the SMG-11. Invictus Gaming win round 9. Take this game and the qualifier for Singapore, and then move on into Operation League.
Well, they are going to be in the Operation League Season 4 for Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, and Indonesia, as you said. Invictus Gaming, this roster, this will be their debut in the national competition. That's why they have had to play these qualifiers. They will play for the first time in this national tournament, and instantly, just by virtue of their reputation and their past achievements, they're going to be favorites. No longer will it be Team Insane. So, what do you think? What do you think of this 14-1 that IG has treated us to today?
Honestly, it's foreshadowing what is to come. We can only hope that rosters like Team Insane can actually keep up. There are obviously a couple of other teams that might be able to put up a good fight, but they are the most experienced. They are the dominating force and the #1 names in this region. Like you said, Hysterix, Speakeasy, absolutely the craziest fraggers. Have so much experience, so much raw potential and skill that I still think hasn't been fully realized. In addition to, of course, Luna Metal being the captain and the leader of the whole group, being able to just command his team to some great effect, and has been for several seasons, several years in this in the running so far. So, conclusively, we've had a pretty great day. The whole day has been very
very fast,
one-sided, very fast.
7-0, 7-0, 7-0, 7-1,
and we're all going to be able to watch Man U just play soon afterwards, right?
Yeah. 56 minutes. The team sheets will be out. I bet that's where Speakeasy has gone to check. Oh, is Ronaldo playing, etc., etc. But yeah, well, fast. It's been a supremely fast day. There's really not much more to say. Invictus Gaming, cream of the crop, not just in the Southeast Asian region. They've proven that long ago. Now they are top in APAC, and they have a good chance of making it top in Stage 3 of the APAC South Division. Don't forget to catch those games every Thursday. And then don't forget to catch us in the Operation League when we come back with the Filipino and Indonesian qualifiers over the next 2 Sundays. My name is Infinity Walk, and I've been joined by the one and only Lan. We'll catch you in the next one.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.